Hello and welcome back to Speedrun Ragnarok 2021. I am your host, Sylverfyre. I will be hosting the Pokemon Sword Shield speedrun race between Corvimae and Dijonketchup, who are both running at Trade Alt Main.
Hello, I'm Corvimae.
I am dijonketchup.
And joining us today is...
Hi, I'm Gem Freak.
I didn't know who was going first. Hi, I'm Greta.
So before we start, I do believe there were nickname incentives.
Oh, let me double check those. Hang on.
Well, you don't have my music.
I'm very
really
good
bad.
at this. I'm sorry. I also need to double check for any last minute donations for those. All right, so we have for Sylveon, there seems to be a pretty pitched bid war right now between, but it looks like the winner is currently Ein, making a little bit of a...
Like EIN?
EIN.
Okay.
And I don't see any recent donations changing that.
Alright.
And then for Mantine, the winner is Bear.
Like B-E-A-R?
B-E-A-R.
Got it.
So, is this a cowboy bebop reference?
It seems to be. I'm going to assume that it is. It was winning with $66.65.
I'm going to assume that this is a reference to everyone's favorite Pokemon, Teddy Ursa.
I'm going to assume it's a reference to Sparkover.
Yeah, I was going to say, I think it's a Sparko reference.
Don't know what that is.
Sparkover being one of the Valkyries.
Oh!
Because Sparko is Bear.
Oh! I didn't know.
It's a bear!
I all of a sudden
Okay.
get this. No, I get this now.
Well, I am standing outside of the Pokemon Center.
I'm also standing. Are you on the... So, we should probably
I need to
explain
show
what
I should show my stats,
I gotta
too.
show you stats. We should probably explain what a Trade Alt Main is.
Why
And
don't
also,
you
we should
get
probably
started first, and then we'll
what
explain.
Sword and Shield is.
Yeah, I heard there's a few cutscenes in this game.
There's a couple. So we'll have a little
Yeah,
bit of time to
just a
explain
few.
stuff. Who wants to count us down? I'm ready whenever. Timing?
I
I guess
am
that can
good.
be me. Alright, both of you ready?
Are we ready on the back end?
Yes, we're ready.
Cool.
Alright, I'll count from 5. 5,
Wait, on go or
4,
one?
3, 2, 1, go.
Okay. We are off.
So the very first thing you might be noticing is that we're not actually starting at the very, very beginning of the game. This is because we are doing Trade Alt Main. Basically, what Trade Alt Main is that you play the game up to the point where you are able to trade in the game, and then you trade in a Pokemon that you've acquired from another game, put it in Sword or Shield, and then you run with that Pokemon for the entire game.
Swish specifically has had kind of like a renaissance of trade alt mains, I guess, because of just how the wild area just gives you a lot of options. So people have rooted like 50 different Pokemon in this game. There's a ton of different trade alt mains, and so we picked two of our favorites to show off for all of you today. So the rules for trade out main, the way it works is that timing starts pretty much the first. So the earliest that you can trade in a Pokemon is at that first Pokemon Center there. So it pretty much skips the first 20 minutes of the 20 minutes of the game.
If you want to get real technical, you don't like trade there. That's the earliest you can use Pokemon Home.
Yeah. Which is how we trade all of them in without having to have two switches. And then the timing just starts on your first input outside of that that center there. You're allowed to do whatever you want before. Oh, a useless crit. You're allowed to do whatever you want before the for that point, as long as you don't progress farther in the story. So you'll notice that both of us. Well, you saw me use it, but both of us have picked up the rare candy next to Sonia's lab. This route uses it immediately. Sylveon uses it later, which you'll see in Sylveon's extremely riveting wild area section. A sort of commonality across trade alt mains that they all tend to have a very weird wild area section where we just get a bunch of stuff that we need. Because in the wild area, we have access to a lot of moves, a lot of money, just a lot of Pokemon as well. So you'll see both of us spend some time there.
The Raid Den Manip also is pretty useful for trade alt main.
I don't need it.
Yeah, one of the really nice things about a trade alt main is that those first 17 minutes you skip or whatever are extremely boring if you're
very
actually
dull.
playing.
Yeah.
It's cutscene for 8 minutes and then you do one fight and then cutscene for another 8 minutes. Literally it.
You just mash.
This is why trade alt main is the best way to do the main game.
This is why alt and trade alt mains are the only things I run in this game, and I've never done any percent.
Yeah, neither have I. I've done trade alt mains and I've done Tower of Two Fists. And Tower of Two Fists, half the run is basically that opening section.
Kind of question from someone who doesn't know the speedrun that much. Are there rules about what egg moves and stuff you can have?
None.
Yes, actually,
No.
you're not allowed to have any egg moves.
So the way
Got
that the rules are set up is essentially you're treating the game as if it had given to you as a starter. So
Got it.
it's just a standard level 7. It's level 7 because that you reach level 7 after that first hop fight normally.
Mm-hmm.
So we let you start there. There are a couple exceptions. We let you relearn moves from the move relearner ahead of time. And we also allow you to, if it's an Ice Stone evolution, we allow you to start with the Ice Stone.
And a
Evolved
few
form?
other things. Basically, anything that's really annoying, out of the way to get, or super far into the game like the Ice Stone is, we just let you get it, because otherwise it'd be pretty lame.
Galarian Slowbro and Slowking are another one.
Yeah.
It's just people really want to do Ice Stone evolutions, Glaceon and Galarian Darmanitan, and in order to do it, you had to go into the DLC and go to it was horrible.
Yeah, your options
We did
are
change the rules
I
for
think
that.
it's Route 8 or 15, 20 minutes into the DLC. Something like that.
It's not good.
Yeah. Oh, and also, these Pokemon are bred. Wow, English. So we got to pick out whatever stats we want. So most of the time, you're just gonna get all perfect in all of them because you may as well. And
Unless you don't
can
care about one of
also-
them.
Yeah, and you can also change the ability if you want to, stuff like that.
This is all 31 IV Mantike, which if you don't know anything about the stats behind Pokemon, by the way, I really learned my type matchups.
Oh,
If you don't know
At
the
least-
stats,
at least
Yeah.
Hop doesn't go off when he crits you.
no, he does not. Yeah. So if you don't understand, or if you're not familiar with Pokemon stats, 31. All Pokemons have what's called an individual value, and there's 6 major stats of HP, attack, defense, special attack, special defense, and speed. That's a random number that's generated when the Pokemon is created from 0 to 31. And the higher that number is, the better the stat scale, essentially. So we want 31s. Both of us have full 31s, I imagine.
Yeah, I have full 31s.
And then
sometimes it can be a pain to get an all 31. So sometimes for like Sylveon, I'll run like lower attack because you only use attack for Covet at the very beginning.
I have a bunch of like 38 HP IV Sylveons for like practice runs, or EVs for practice runs. There's also a thing in this game called Nature, which increases one stat by 10% and decreases other stat by 10%. This is a Rash Mantine, and I believe you have a
Modest.
Modest, okay, that makes sense.
It's plus special attack, minus attack.
Yeah. Technically, I think this is actually a tinted Mantine, but I used a mint.
Yeah. If you use there's nature mints that will like change the way that those work, but they don't actually change the nature. And those stat changes persist when you trade them. So you kind of just have to remember.
You can't guarantee your nature when you're breeding Mantines, as well as or Mantikes. You can't guarantee both the nature and keeping your stats because you have to use the wave essence for the Mantike. So this is a mint. I'm not getting a natural, actual. Screw that. Why would I do that? And then finally, we let you pick whatever ability you want, including the hidden ability.
Yeah, I have the hidden ability Anticipation on Eevee because Sylveon's hidden ability is very good. It is Pixelate, which makes any normal type attack fairy type.
And boosted by 20%. It's an extremely good ability.
Yeah.
I have Swift Swim, which is if it's raining, my speed is doubled. Much more boring.
So it'll help on a route.
No, it helps a lot. Since Max, whatever it's called, Max Water.
Yeah.
Not Glacier. That's not the right word.
Geyser.
Max Geyser causes it to rain. It actually is pretty useful.
Yeah. Also, you use a lot of Rain Dance in that route, so a lot of time you'll use Rain Dance to both get a boost to your water attacking move and to get the Swift Swim speed boost.
Swift Swim's actually a pretty good ability, so it just saves us turns of setup. A nice thing about the Mantine route is that it's not the fastest TAM by any means, but it is quite safe for the most part.
Also
Sorry, go ahead.
I was saying a fun fact about breeding is you can have one Pokemon hold an item called the Destiny Knot, and it will pass down 5 of the 12 possible inherited IV. So if you have 2 6 IV Pokemon, that is all 6 IVs are 31. You are guaranteed 5 bests, and you can use an Everstone to pass down the nature.
Yeah, so one of the nice things about Gen 8 TAMs as well is that starting in Gen 6, they added a lot of quality of life breeding changes. So, you still gotta grind a little bit to breed the Pokemon you need. I'll put on something on YouTube while I do it and just run it bike in circles, but it's so much better than it used to be.
Yeah.
There's a lot of tools. If you like to get hidden ability, there's tools to get the hidden ability. There's tools to change your nature. Stats are pretty much the hard one because you can't. There's a thing called hyper training, which lets you boost a stat to 31, but you cannot do that until the Pokemon's level 100, so you cannot do that for TAMs.
And those do not pass down either.
No, yeah. But it's great for competitive.
Yeah.
See, the best thing about breeding is that you get to shiny hunt while you're doing it.
True. That's how I got my shiny Eevee. Is breeding Eevees to give to people.
So I just got a bunch of shiny Eevees on Community Day, and
I got shiny Mantike while doing this.
Yeah.
There you go.
Which is not a great shiny. It's just kind of teal. Alright, so I'm entering my wild area section. My wild area section is a lot less complex than Sylveon's.
It's a weird
I'm going to go... What?
Certainly a weird one, though.
It's bad. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to walk to a fishing spot, and I'm going to fish for a 10% Remoraid, because the way that Mantike evolves into Mantine is you level up with a Remoraid in your party. So I just need that Memorade. I will try to remember to leave it in my party, unlike yesterday, where I
Oh no.
did not do that. And it actually didn't lose that much time, but it was dumb.
I am just getting off the train for the wild area. So
yesterday I got my Memorade in 3 attempts, which was very good. And then the last time I did this before then, I got my Memorade in 12 attempts, which was very not good. So hopefully, I was running it last night to warm D-Rust, and people kept calling me like, how are you 4.5 minutes ahead 2 splits in? I'm like, well, you see, it's because Pokemon is very random.
It's because Pokemon games suck and you shouldn't run them.
No, Swish Jams are fun, because you just get to run stuff that you wouldn't otherwise get to run.
Yeah, you should run them. They're all good. Except for...
They're not all
We
good.
don't talk about the ones that aren't good.
Cough,
I would argue that I run some...
Cosmog.
I don't know what you're talking about. Cosmog is great.
Only
love
6 hours
Cosmog.
long. Smiley face.
I would argue that I run a lot of some Pokemon games that are quite awful to run.
Like Alpha Sapphire?
Like Alpha Sapphire. I'm grabbing
I don't know what you're
a
talking about. I've never watched a Pokemon streamer lose their run 3 hours in.
I'm not gonna lie. I thought about donating to name Mantine Sheer Cold just to troll May.
That's messed up.
Wow.
That's so
Alright.
toxic.
So I'm in the wild area and I need to find a specific raid den, which is not lit up at the moment.
How did I feel away from Magikarp? What's it gonna do?
Oh no.
Flop after me? Are you kidding? Who wants to explain why I talked to a raid den?
Oh, so when you talk to a raid den, you
Just
get
did the same thing. So
yeah, you get a lot more watts. Normally, when you talk to like a den that's like not lit up, you get like 50 watts. But if you talk to one that's lit up, you get like 300, and you can use those watts to buy things like quick balls, or if you have like a lot of them, you can start buying like TRs, which are like powerful moves that you can teach your Pokemon.
Why would I want quick balls though?
Oh, so
I wanna catch
eventually
stuff.
you're gonna have to catch things. First of all, when you get to Kabu's gym, you're gonna have to be catching I'm assuming it's either Vulpixes or Litwicks. I'm not entirely sure though. And
2 Vulpix and a Litwick.
Okay, four is pretty good. That's pretty good run rate odds.
Oh, nice.
I don't know if you catch anything on Route 8.
What level
on
is
Mantine
that?
Route.
Level 11.
You probably
For-
do.
At least for Sylveon, you catch either a Pawniard or a Togedemaru.
Yeah, that's what we do in this as well. Ideally, Togedemaru.
So I went and collected watts from a few dens, and I'm about to go get quick balls before I do a den manip, because otherwise, every time the day advances, I don't want a note. Go away.
Oh my god. So
Every time a day
yeah.
advances, it also rotates the Watt Trader's inventory, and that means that the quick balls will not be as easily accessible, and so I want to take care of that first. And since I'm already down here, before doing the manip, I'm also going to go down to the berry trees. Specific berry trees.
I use focus energy, that's why.
Because Eevee evolves into Sylveon using friendship, and we used to do a lot of camping and curry cooking to raise friendship.
Oh, that's so bad.
Until somebody realized that it's way quicker to go down and risk all these high-level Pokemon, and I just realized I forgot to get the Pokedolls. Oops.
I'm gonna run out of Pokeballs.
Let's see where. Forget.
I got in like 2
one.
balls yesterday, which was extremely lucky.
Do you think you should like get quick balls first?
No, because the problem is that it's level 11 and I'm level 9, and this is Swish.
Swish.
Yeah, if you're like a lower level than the Pokemon you're trying to catch, the catch rate decreases to like 10% of what its normal catch rate is. It's really bad if you're trying to catch anything higher level than you.
Yeah. They really, and you have to have, like,
I'm
certain
gonna hit it again.
to catch anything above a certain level.
Please don't
Yeah.
hit yourself. Please don't hit yourself. But
Okay. Gonna
One thing
try
that
and
should
get
be
some
explained.
friendship berries. Heck, which berries do I need? I should have scrolled through this.
that was a minute.
Okay, 1, 2. Okay, that's 2. 3.
So I believe that Dijon will need 9 friendship raising berries. I think that's correct.
4. Okay, I got 4 from this tree. I'm gonna quit while I'm ahead on it. Because a Pokemon can fall out and attack you, and it will ruin your day and possibly eat all your berries.
So I'm doing a bit of a main swap here. Remoraid's gonna take out this this level 28 Diggers of here.
Let's take a Remoraid, come on.
6.
You'll get it
Crap.
next time.
Okay.
Frick.
I really thought that
7.
was gonna work. And then I got mugged by a rabbit with hands for ears. It's embarrassing.
So I'm up to 7, and I got a leftovers. That can fall out of the tree.
Isn't that really good?
Not for this run.
Not for speedrunning.
It's the
Oh,
slow,
yeah.
not the slow speedrun item.
That's
That was
8.
a death warp that I did. If you die in the wild area, that
Okay.
person over there will be like, "I'll take you the next time." So we do that twice.
Alright, that's 10 berries. So I'm good. And now I need to death warp myself. Except, probably shouldn't have used Eevee for that.
One
You
thing
don't
to
need
explain with
friendship on Eevee. It's fine.
one thing to explain with the quick balls is that the reason that we're able to like guarantee that you can actually like pick up the quick balls from that guy,
Oh well,
It's
I'll
the
just
guy's
give it the
inventory.
extra berry.
the guy's inventory changes every day. So what you do is when you start your game, you set your time to like something like really late, like for example like 11:45 p.m. so that the day rolls over while you're doing the beginning part. And because the day ticks over only once, the game is then guaranteed to be selling you quick balls from that guy.
Okay, I'm about to do a den manip. Do you want to
Come on.
explain that?
I'll let Greta explain it with you. I'm not actually entirely sure I know how it works.
Just got back, so that's perfect. Basically, with Den Manip, we're basically just like choosing the game. So we're not using any online features, but you're gonna pretend that you are and invite people to your raid battle. And then during that time, while it's trying to connect, you change your date, and then it'll think like, oh, I guess it's a new day, and it'll just change everything, and it's really nice for us.
Yeah, as long as you're doing like connected features, you can change your date and the game doesn't know what's going on. It's very
Yeah.
weird. It also worked
Yeah.
a month ago. We realized
Yeah.
a week and a
A week
half
ago.
Yeah, like a week ago. So I did one den manip and pushed the day forward, and now I have a rare den where I need it.
Nice.
I already knew that it would be there because
Oh.
of the way that
Were you
seeds
doing
work.
dazzling? Are you doing hyper voice?
No, I'm using dazzling gleam, but I
Oh, rare
have
den.
a- but it's still a rare den.
okay.
Anyway, I'm not gonna invite others. Gotta do this all on my own.
I love inviting others and losing time to the extra menu. That's like my Soviet strat. It's really good.
Also, guess we forgot to teach Swift.
Nope.
So
Uh-oh.
we're gonna max strike covet and hope this impidimp dies.
You got this.
It's fine.
Yeah, also you can't just like advance
come
the
here,
day
Rick.
without going into your den because like the game will recognize that you're advancing the day and will like lock you out of like events that change day by day. But if you do the online thing, the game just like doesn't recognize that for some reason.
If you actually, if you do an online battle or competitive battle,
And Solrock's
then-
already dead.
immediately if you do an online battle and then immediately forfeit, the game stays in that state, and you can just dead manip infinitely without having to go anywhere.
Really? Wow.
Yeah, it's really good if you're doing poke jobs to EV train.
Dude, that's good for like AOP.
True.
My favorite run.
Nice quick run.
AOP stands for all obtainable Pokemon, where you catch all 400 Pokemon available, and it's really long.
I need a number.
Five.
Okay.
We should have made the number a donation incentive. I don't know why we
It
didn't.
would have just been like
It's like
a meme number.
Normally I just do 425.
5 is just the first thing I thought of.
I like 5. That's what, that's War Turtle?
Charmeleon?
Charmeleon? Okay.
Oh, this Impidimp is not going well.
I can't say I'm not the audio. So hard.
I mean, you can.
And now I have to tackle because you can't use covet against max Pokemon.
It's so, like, yeah, some moves just don't work against Dynamax Pokemon.
Although at this rate, all of my we're gonna get kicked out of the den because my AI compatriots can't stay alive for 2 seconds. Yes, thank you for using Cosmic Power, Solrock. That's very helpful. And then Impidimp immediately nullified it.
Wait, do I have no health because of the stupid Remoraid? No.
So Megan's gonna get, like, way ahead of me because of,
I tried. I failed to catch that stupid Remoraid like 90 times.
and now Rock Polish. That's great.
Okay, now I'm healed to full. Wait, when you die, does it heal your boxes? Or is there just a free heal I forgot about?
It just heals the Pokemon in your party, I'm pretty sure.
How am I at full then?
Maybe it was like Sonia or something.
Is there a free heal here? Hold on, I'm checking other notes.
Oh my gosh, we actually killed it.
Didn't think there
Yay! Clap, clap,
was a
clap,
free
clap.
heal when you talk when like the third one when Hop's like
And we're not
heal
gonna
what's
catch
up.
Yeah, Hop always heals you.
Yeah, every time you talk to Hop, he heals you. So you can actually talk to Hop more than one time in the part of the game you didn't play, and he will continue to heal you, which is great. It's really good.
Okay. So, we are now going to give our Eevee a lot of berries that increase friendship.
Okay, I should now have a large Mantine. I didn't screw it up like I did yesterday. Boop, boop, boop.
Yeah, one of the nice things about both Mantine and Sylveon Tam is that you evolve them pretty early into the run, so you don't have to deal with like an unevolved Pokemon for an extended period of time.
One of the nice things about Cosmog Tam too.
I'm not sure how many nice things you can say about Cosmog Tam, but that might... sure.
It's very cute.
We do not want to learn Quick Attack. We also do not want to evolve, because then we're going to get an Espeon, and that's not what we're running.
Nice, this is a range. Nice.
And it's going to try to evolve again. We need to get it to level...
Yeah, that's like a 6.
We need to get it to level 15, which we're about to do. And learn Baby Doll Eyes.
You can do it, Wooloo. Yeah, go Hop.
And which...
You do a couple fights with Hop as your partner, and sometimes Hop helps a lot, and sometimes Hop is completely useless.
Usually the latter.
Usually the other one.
Okay. It knows baby doll lies, and now we can let it evolve.
Fun fact, the first time I tried doing Sylveon Tam, I forgot how it works exactly, and I accidentally did Umbreon, which does not work nearly as well. Sylveon is by far the best Eevee for Tam.
Yeah,
Until you get to late game, it struggles real hard in late game, but...
and we don't need to learn Disarming Voice.
A thing about Pokemon games in general is you play like 1 billion dark types in all of them that have dark types in them, because all the evil teams tend to have tons of dark types. So if you're a Pokemon type that's super effective to dark, you just kind of get through a lot of fights a lot easier. Like, and on the flip side, Ghost Pokemon struggle. I did Driftblim alt main. That was rough.
And then I'm going to use the Dazzling Gleam TR that I got from the raid to teach Dazzling Gleam. And we are fairly set.
Yeah, less than half an hour in, and we already have a Sylveon with Dazzling Gleam, which is Stab on it. So very powerful move right off the bat.
I fully do not have powerful moves.
not yet.
This route keeps Bubble Leaf until for the entire game.
Yeah, later on, May will get, let me think, Air Slash and Hydro Pump. My favorite move.
And now I'm going to Death Warp back to the other side.
Starmie type.
This time I remembered to swap my Pokemon. Also, a fun thing about changing the date, if you change the date without doing the Dead Manip, even though it, like, knows that and will, like, keep it from giving you, like, a change in all the daily events, it still changes the weather. The weather is all tied to specific dates.
Which is nice, because you can use that when you're, like, if you can, anyone, if you're looking to catch certain things, just look up what date they spawn on and change the date.
I believe that
June 1st is a good one, because a bunch of Driftlings spawn. It's either June or July.
I believe that, the Shield any percent run uses that to, like, bring up sandstorm weather to get, what's its name spawn? The Drillbur. Yeah. And then once it spawns, changes the weather again, so you don't have to deal with the sandstorm.
Oh yeah, that's an example of just like a really creative use of date changing the weather.
One thing we didn't mention before is that both of us buy a bajillion X items. And X items are pretty much all Pokemon speedrunners use them because they're broken, and they're really broken in Gen 7 and above. What they do is they boost a combat stage by 2 stages in Gen 7 and above and 1 stage in the gens before that. And what that does is every time you boost a combat stage, what am I doing? Try to do Sylveon menuing. Every time you when you boost a combat stage, what it does is it increases the damage you're gonna deal by 50%, give or take. Like, that's a simplification, but that's essentially how it works. And so because X items in Gen 8 boost them by 2, that means every time I use an every time I use an X special attack, I'm doing double the damage roughly. We buy a bajillion of them because they are, like, just super good. I did not want to use Water Gun there.
Yeah, X items are incredibly...
It's fine.
Also, if you want to see another example of X items being incredibly broken, look up Gen 1 speedruns.
Yeah, they're really broken in Gen 1.
You can guarantee one-hit KO moves with it.
Yeah, as long as you're faster, you can.
Well, that's what the X speed is for.
That's true. X speed, X accuracy, and then you just win every Generation 1 fight.
And another reason why Nidoking is so broken in the speedrun is because it can learn Horngill and Fisher.
Double the PP for double the fun.
Hi everyone, Natara here. Can I pop in for a quick second?
You may.
Excellent! I wanted to let everybody know that we have just opened a bonus incentive. You folks have all been so absolutely generous with all your donations to take this, but we want to try and squeeze that little bit more out. We really want to help them towards that second AFK room. So, with that, we have opened a bonus incentive. It is going to be extra Valk content. The way this is going to work, we can't specify exactly what it will be right now, but we will release a schedule on October 25th, which, with updates from the Valkyrie team until November 15th, with the specific streams and content that you can expect on our channel as a result of meeting this incentive. So that's going to be such things as maybe Sparkle will make a perler that they were intending to do. Maybe we'll have some cute cats on stream. Maybe we'll even get some Jackbox. We will release a schedule for that though on October 25th. However, that incentive is $1,000. So we have until 8 p.m., 1 hour after this marathon ends today, in order to reach that target. So just let us know. Put it in. Any donations that come in during that time will go towards that. Or actually, no, that's a lie. You will have to put it. It is an actual incentive in Tiltify. So please donate towards that specifically if you would like it. So you're definitely going to want that if you want more fun content like, I don't know, Casual Pixel Remaster. Anyways, thank you. Bye.
You, in
Thank
fact,
you.
could make Natara play Casual Pixel Remaster.
You could.
Imagine-
You could
Oh.
also do that.
So the
Yes?
point that I just
song?
I'm gonna sing a song. Kay wants me to sing a song.
I'm not
sing
too
it
shouting
for me.
this.
Okay.
That was a horrible roll.
just real quick, the point that I was just at, Leon gives you an item, like a hold item, that boosts the attack power of attacks that are the type of the starter you picked. And since I picked Grookey to start this off, he gives me a Miracle Seed, which I use later on in the run. And presumably, I would think May probably picks Sobble.
That is correct.
Yeah, and your starter choice also changes a couple other things, namely Leon's Pokemon in his final battle.
And the Anduin
Which
Hop has as
can-
well.
Yeah, which can change
Let's-
things. a
What's my
lot.
number?
6.
6.
6 it
prob-
is.
I would
That
promise
last
I was
route-
already thinking of 6 before May
Yeah.
said it.
That last route, so
The
because I said
Postman.
Oh, the
All the,
Ziggy too.
Trainer's Vision are all in cycles, but if you hit an encounter, it just janks up all the cycles. So
Yeah.
that's why I have to wait for that first trainer to turn around. If you're fast and don't hit anything, you can just run past her if you do it right.
Oh,
and then
that girl
second-
with the weird vision?
Yeah, and that second,
Yeah.
that mailman was not where I expected him to
was-
be.
That was terrifying. When
I know.
looked
I
at
was
it.
like,
Yeah.
all right, I'm just gonna go to the plane door. I go, nope, nothing's where I think it is. Okay, cool.
Oh yeah, by the way, after this run, I will donate $1 for each optional trainer I hit.
I will donate. I don't know. Somebody give me a good. I don't know what a good Mantine incentive is. The Remoraid's. I'll do $10 for all those Remoraid's failures, not the Pokeballs. I don't know how many that was.
Yeah, you
I didn't
go
count.
bankrupt
Otherwise, I
off
would.
of that.
But I'll do the 40 for the 4 attempts it took. Hi, Bede.
Yeah, unfortunately, I only can afford like $1 per
Not-
optional.
yeah, I'm
but
not-
Yeah, anything helps. Like
if
so
anyone
much.
wants to match, wink, wink, nudge, nudge.
Ooh, that sounds like a good
Hmm.
idea.
I
I
did
think
just
I'm
get-
okay with that.
I just got my Twitch payout, so.
There you go. I'm just laundering my sub money through Greta.
And if for some reason I don't hit any optional trainers, then I'll just donate $5.
I mean, yesterday I hit a
She
double.
reminded
So
that
if I do that, if I hit another double because I didn't menu correctly, I'll donate $100. Because I don't want to do that. Well, I don't want to hit the optional. Donating is cool, but I lost like 2 minutes for that. It was tragic.
I think I'm gonna donate $5 for every optional that's hit between both of you.
Cool. I'm just gonna start running into them.
Oh no, please.
All
No.
impromptu all trainers.
No.
I mean, the more optionals she hits, the more advantage I get in my run.
That's true. But you also have to hit all the optionals so that we double the amount of money that Jim has to give.
Jim
We
goes
don't have an
bankrupt
infinite-
for the cause.
Exactly.
For charity.
But as you can see, I'm ripping through these Team Yell grunts because Dark Pokemon are weak to Fairy, so I can just Dazzling Gleam and they're gone. And then
Electrike, please don't ruin my life. I beg you. Let me out. 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 Okay.
Yeah, so where May is, a lot of Electrics like kind of like pop up in that. I'm not even sure if you call it grass. It's like this yellow stuff. I don't know, but when you pick up like an item like that rare candy that May just picked up, like there's like I don't know, like half a second where Pokemon can move but you can't move. So if there's an Electric like right beside you when you're picking up that rare candy, you're just going to get hit, and there's nothing you can do about it.
I also swear that rare candy's business location is jank. I'm so bad at picking up that one specific rare candy.
it's so nice when you can actually get away. Anyway, that was a double battle, and Swift is a move that can hit multiple Pokemon.
Follow Swift to loop. What?
And
Yes.
because it's a normal type attack, and Sylveon has Pixelate, that makes it a Fairy type attack. So I just one-shot both Pokemon at once.
It's very good.
I have a donation from Hangry Sure, which I have to sing.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
Curry rice, camping, camping. Please make some curry, please make some curry. Here's some cash, thank you.
Yeah, we rooted out Curry. Sorry.
That was very blunt.
So this is the first cutscene that we see where Sonia looks at something written in like a wall or on a hill, and then goes, "Wait a minute, nobody considered history before." This is a recurring theme in this game.
I'll be honest, I don't think I've ever like read the dialogue during all this like plot Sonya
You
cutscene
don't
stuff.
need to.
I needed to equip an item. I need to go to the right. I'm doing it from here. That was a really good menuing on my part. That was fantastic.
I don't know what I did, but for some reason I did not.
If you fly to the town you're already in, there's like no animation. It's super quick, so we do that a couple times throughout the run. Which is nice compared to something like Let's Go, where there's an animation that's extraordinarily long.
Why am I stuck here?
Did you talk to the person at the desk inside of the Motorstoke Arena?
Yeah, like go inside the stadium and talk to the person.
So I talked to the receptionist and went outside, and then. Okay.
Yeah, you gotta
There's
like wait.
a
See it.
cutscene thing.
Yeah. The intro cutscene to the league.
Yeah.
That was a.
Which we don't see because we turned on skip movies.
Yep. The plot of this game is beyond incomprehensible if you turn on skip movies.
No. I mean, even with the movies, it's pretty.
Like, I barely remember it because I played it casually like years ago at this point. And it was always like, wait, does it never explain this? Oh, we skip movies. That's right.
I love how you say years
Alright.
ago when this game came out like less than 2 years ago.
It's almost 2
years.
years.
Almost 2 years.
Yeah, like basically when BDSP comes out, it'll have been years.
This is
Yeah.
Woo Movement. I'm already off to a bad start.
Oh my, this is
Oh, these
something.
Wooloos. So,
Oh gosh. the
yeah,
Wooloos.
you get near the Wooloos, they roll. I don't understand, like, how close you have to get to the Wooloos to make them move, because sometimes you can move them from, like, an actual mile away, and
Randomly,
sometimes you
swear
have
to
to be,
God.
like an inch away from them to get them to move. And especially on the last little room, there's, like, trainers that are moving around. Or, not trainers, sorry. Well, also trainers, but I did mean the yampers. There's, like, little yampers that run around and scare off the Wooloo. And, like, on that last round, you have to, like, kind of make a cycle to get around the yamper. And if you miss that cycle, it is extraordinarily bad. So hopefully Meg just gets it here after this fight.
Well, my cycle's already kind of screwed up, though. Woo Movement is second most stressful thing in this game, in my opinion.
It's the most of teacups.
No, the most is the rock/ice gym.
Search us.
In my opinion.
Oh,
And-
okay.
Yeah, it's just memorize
Yeah.
it, and then you'll never have a problem again.
Yeah.
It's just, so I'm very visual as a person, and so
Yeah.
because I have to just go based off, like, I do it all based on, like, relative locations of rocks, which is, like, not a great way of doing it, because, sometimes you can't just do it based off relative locations of rocks, and also, like, I forget where things are. I'm just not very good at it.
Yeah,
I
I'm,
try to think of it as like a grid, and then it makes
I'm-
it easier.
I'm really bad at it too, so.
I just, like, kind of look at, like, where the rocks are and, like, kind of
Yeah.
know where
Yeah,
it's placed.
exactly. Okay, that was okay.
That was pretty good.
That was
okay.
better than I
That
normally
could
do
have
it.
gone a lot worse.
Yeah.
I actually take the chase
Shout out-
cycles. I
shout out
literally
Sparkle
cannot do it.
Lantern.
Yeah, I do too.
Yeah, just based from on the fact that May is in the first gym and I'm only on hop 3, you can see how much longer I have to spend in the wild area than he does.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I'll just start hemorrhaging time, though.
Oh good. Oh good.
Yeah.
I crit the Rookity that I would have
Yeah.
won anyway.
No.
Yeah. So if
That-
you crit off on certain fights, you get bonus text. It's horrible. But yeah, so Sylveon is actually a pretty fast cam, relatively, or like in terms of it's not like the fastest, but it's pretty good. Mantine's on the slower end, so you'll see. In theory, I will start losing time, relatively speaking, as my fights are just a little bit slower.
Okay.
Mantine is a defensively spec Pokemon. It's a special defense tank.
Yeah, one thing with Mantine as compared to Sylveon is that Mantine has to use the Dynamax a lot more
Yeah.
than Sylveon, and Dynamaxing, the cutscene takes like about half a minute every time you do it.
Any Pokemon Sapphire fans here?
Not me.
I never played Gen 3.
Not it.
Well, it's Kyogre time.
I'm a little too zoomer for Gen 3.
Me too.
Wow.
Mega Mantine.
Gen 4, my beloved.
Meanwhile, I have to love Gen 3. I'm in it.
That's true. I can't believe they named a Pokemon character after you.
You're so influential.
I know. Nice.
Oh no, okay. So that's one optional. I hit the post worker.
Oh, that
Oh,
one
Was
sucks.
yours,
alright.
was yours in a jank spot too?
Yeah, your cycle
Yeah,
super
wow.
messed up.
Like
just saw it and like that was-
it's because I waited and took it safe on the girl instead of rushing through.
Yeah.
that's
See, I just hit a
like,
stupid
really
jinx
far
again.
away.
It's fine. It's just a Delibird and what is XP routing on Sylveon Tam?
Oh yeah, Sylveon Tam speedrunning is a mess. Another thing is you might be wondering, if you see another Pokemon speedrun, you might be going, why don't you just use repels so you don't run into random things in the overworld? It's because repels in this game are terrible. They
Yeah.
might as well not exist.
So there's two types of encounters in this game. There's the ones that you can see in the overworld, and the ones that are like random, so like a little like exclamation mark and shaking grass will appear. And
But
I
like-
believe repels only eliminate those like random ones and not the overworld runs.
Ooh, that was a
Weird,
nice
'cause in
crit.
Let's Go, they get rid of everything. And those random encounters, it's not like you just get a random chance if you're in grass to get an encounter. Like, they chase after you, and you still have to, like, hit them. So, like, there's no point using repels, because you just run away from the exclamation points, and it's fine.
So I got a crit on Schoolboy Peter's Sizzlipede, so that was an actual useful crit.
Impossible.
Because that would have been
challenge.
that would have been a 2-turn KO.
Yeah, the really, really annoying thing about crits is that you can't like clear the text box that says it's critical hit instantly. You have to wait like
Oh,
3
no.
seconds for it.
It's so slow.
It's still
Only this game that does that.
it still saved time on that fight though.
Mhm, yeah, that's for
Yeah,
sure.
it's faster than a turn, but if you get a useless crit, you're just losing 3 seconds because the game hates you.
And
Whereas
even more if it's against Hop.
Yeah, but whereas
Oh,
in most
yeah.
games, if you get a random crit, it's like,
Or
well, that wasn't
Leon.
useful, but I lost, like, I don't know, 8 frames.
Or it can be Coliseum where you literally don't lose any time.
That's because Coliseum.
but that's also
the
Coliseum.
best speedrun.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
you don't lose any time in Coliseum, but
Oh.
how many runs do you complete?
Yeah. So it's faster to fly back here than to actually run up that hill.
I think I've actually completed like
and
2
then-
taller runs ever.
Well, pro tip for all you watching at home. This is true in every single Pokemon game that has them. If you only have one Pokemon in your party, you can run past double battles and don't trigger.
Unfortunately, later in the game, there are some double battles that you're forced to do to.
Yeah.
So then you have to.
Yeah, did
Which
we
I
do-
learned yesterday that in Ryan's gym, if you like,
Oh yeah.
if your party member dies, you
Doesn't
have
let
to
you.
revive them. I just sat there mashing. I just
I've
sat
done
there
that.
mashing talk, expecting the fight to start. I was like, wait, what's happening?
It
Yeah.
just doesn't let you.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was gonna say, have we even mentioned you can't use attacking moves with any Pokemon other than your Turtle main or your runs
Right.
invalid.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
during those double battles, you have to be really careful because if you do damage with something else, it's done.
I believe it hit only direct damage though.
Yes.
So yeah, if
Yeah,
you
you're
like
allowed to use like poison stuff, like Will-O-Wisp, whatever.
Mostly you use your second Pokemon to drop X items or
Mhm.
healing
Yeah.
on your
yeah,
main, though.
Do I have a moment?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm just
So,
fighting
from the
grunts.
Japanese restream, from Arashi. Konnichiwa, I want everyone to imitate Jinx, so I'm donating $12.40 to match Jinx's Pokedex number 124.
I'm so
With
bad
love
at
from
Jinx guys.
Pan.
okay, one
P.S.
sec.
I
I'm gonna look up Jinx's cry real quick, and then I'll
How
do
do you
it.
not know it from keys?
Yeah.
In
Yeah.
every event ever.
I want to make sure I'm trying to do it as accurately as possible.
Okay.
I'm sitting
Hey,
this
what-
one out because the internet is forever. Everybody, right?
Right.
Listen,
So-
I already did it
Shout out-
several times during Leggy's Let's Go run.
Shout outs to the Japanese restream. The commentators for all the Pokemon runs that I've done that they've restreamed are like the nicest people ever. They're so pleasant, and also like Japanese community shows up for the restreams, and it's super awesome to see.
Yeah, like someone from the Japanese restream community like reached out to me over the last
Yeah.
couple weeks and like asked me a bunch of questions about the run. So like they're on top of it. They're
Yeah,
good.
they put a lot of work in, and it's awesome.
They also said, I hope everyone at the Japanese restream can do a Pokemon impersonation as well, if they haven't already. And donating to the Legend of Mana remastered, naming Bid War, Regilla.
So good news, there were no Electrites. Bad news, I got hit by a Meowth.
Yeah,
Um,
that happens sometimes.
My favorite thing about when I was I did an ORAS race for Midwest Speed Fest with Ecchi, and the Japanese restreamed that as well. And they were like, we want to try the run first. And I was like, okay, here's our notes and stuff. And they got back to me and they were like, so I tried the run, and we kept dying to this one random black belt named Hideki, who is like notorious in that game for being like one of the worst fights. And I was just like, haha, yeah.
Yeah, Hideki, second only to Sheer Cold.
No, Hideki's worse. Like, in theory, Hideki's worse than Sheer Cold, like, percentage-wise. It's just Sheer Cold is 3, like...
Yeah, Hideki is, like, early in the run.
Exactly. Wow, I missed... That was a 12/16. And now it's a 12/16 again! Cool, I had it the second time.
Oh, yeah, we should explain what a range is. I don't think we did that yet.
Right, so the Pokemon damage formula is a hot mess, but the way that it determines how much damage is done is it applies a randomization factor from 85% to 100% on every move you deal. So essentially, think of if you've played D&D, think of it as like rolling a 16-sided die and using that to determine the total amount of damage you deal, which means that there are 16 possible damage values that every attack can deal. So when we call something a range, we're saying it's not a 100% chance to kill. It is some fraction of 16.
It's fun.
Pokemon math is bad.
There are at least calculators out there that will, like...
Yeah.
You can put in your matchups and it'll tell you, like, what chance you have.
The fact that it's randomized is not bad. That's, like, reasonable for an RPG. But specifically, the way that Pokemon math works is quite bad. I've done a lot of work in routing tools, and it's so bad.
Yeah, Pokemon math does a lot of flooring from what I've experienced.
Oh,
and
yeah.
it's like sometimes like you don't like know exactly when it's gonna floor, and that can like make calculations off by like one or two.
But it was mostly through trial and error, and like some of the formulas on Bulbapedia are wrong, which doesn't help.
Yeah, Bulbapedia is...
Experience is even worse, because starting in Gen 5, they stopped doing it by, like, integer multiplication, started doing it as multiples over 4096, rounded first, which can affect things by 1 or 2.
And it's affected by, like, your experience, your Pokemon's experience curves and shit.
Well, that's annoying, but it's not, like, the bad part about figuring it out, because, like, because it's all integer math, this is now a math stream.
Oh, no.
Because it's all integer math, like, it's the order that you multiply things matter, because it's flooring all the time. So, like, and they change it sometimes in subtle ways. So, like, sometimes, like, I have a tool for calculating experience roots, and sometimes it's just slightly off in certain gens, because, like, I don't have the data yet to fix it. Essentially, like, there were limitations in, like, the first couple gens, and they were just like, yeah, this is good, we don't need to change this.
Yeah, don't even get her started on Gen 1 and 2.
My tools don't support Gen 1 and 2 because I refuse.
Yeah, so in Gen 1 and 2, instead of 16 rolls, you actually have 39 possible rolls, ranging from... It does, like, picks a random integer from 217 to 255, and then divides it by 255.
255 is the best one, right?
Cool, I love it when the Wooloo roll directly into the Yamper before I can even move.
I feel like it does that, like, every time I do it. Like, I've tried so hard to try to get a way to, like, get around that Yamper, and it's just absolutely impossible.
At least they all stayed together.
Yeah, that's the important part. Once they start getting away, it's all over.
I hear a baby.
Kids in the background.
We're just here to say hi, to support the run.
Kids in the Background is my favorite comedy sketch show.
So this is Ness's gym, and we have to fight a couple more trainers this time. This is where we start using Psybeam, just because even though Psybeam's not like a great move, it's neutral effective, which is cool. It's also a special move, which is like the main thing. That's why it's gonna be better than Wing Attack in some of these fights here. Because Wing Attack is a typical move. We don't have a special flying move yet. We won't get that for a little bit. I almost hit that red button, which would have been bad.
Oh my gosh, that was an actual, like, decent Wooloo hurting.
Yeah, it looks pretty good. Yeah, Nexus Gym is one of those gyms where if you know the puzzle, it's extremely easy, and you like don't even have to think about it really. And if you don't know the puzzle, you run around trying to figure out which switch you're supposed to press for like 5 minutes.
No.
You know, what happens to me is I like accidentally hit like the side of the button and it doesn't activate, and I'm just like standing there.
Anytime in like these longer runs, which is all Pokemon runs, that like your muscle memory is like a pixel off, so something doesn't happen. It's so bad. I killed a really, really good Oras run a couple weeks ago because I like missed the bag button, and then I just muscle memory to where my healing items were, but because I missed the bag button, that just meant I used a move and died. I was pretty bummed out about that one.
It's even better when you run multiple Pokemon games and even multiple runs of the same game.
Just the amount of times I've hit B to run away in Sword and Shield.
It's so bad.
I've done it so many times.
Yeah,
That's
me
wrong.
as well, like,
Why did I do that?
I think it's everyone else in this call as well has run both Let's Go and Sword and Shield. And like there's like some like very subtle differences between the games, and trying to remember those when you switch games is like a time.
Okay, so normally you could just do this in one cycle, but because I went and hit that red button because I spaced out, it's not quite slow.
Oh, so another little optimization thing in here is that the if the controller, the game recognizes like the in menus the control stick and the D-pad at the same time, so you can move through menus pretty fast that way. I'm not super great at it, but May is pretty good at it.
It's easier on it's honestly easier on Joy-Con. The one with like Joy-Cons are good at.
Yeah.
The Pro Controller
D-pad
D-pad
sucks.
horrible.
Yeah.
I'm using
forever.
Pro-Con.
I hate
same here.
the D-pad.
I don't hate the D-pad on the Pro-Con, but it is
How?
it is not nearly as precise as the Joy-Con.
Like the worst. There are times where I'll hit down and it will just decide to go left like 3 times.
I know.
Yeah.
It's the worst D-pad ever made. I have a DS with a D-pad that literally is broken, and it's better than this stupid D-pad.
Mine works fine. I don't know what to tell you.
I think you just have like reached enlightenment.
Exactly.
And figured it out.
It's like negative overflowed so bad that now you're good at it, and so you're like, that's good.
The control stick too on the Pro controllers, I feel like they have like 0 dead zone, right?
So
if you,
there's no dead zone.
Yeah.
if you flick your stick down, and then let go, you have to be really careful that the stick doesn't like do an up input when it flicks back. Because if you're like trying to select a move really fast and it flicks it back up, that could be a very big problem.
My run yesterday, I literally hit. Oops, sorry.
I was gonna say the Xbox 360 controllers have that same problem.
Yeah, well, it's a software thing too. It's largely a software thing where you can fix dead zone and you switch just has no data support for it. But my run yesterday, I literally hit up on the joystick twice. Like I didn't even double input. I hit up twice. It flicked back, and so I used Rain Dance like on accident, which gave me not enough uses of it and forced me to heal. So I had to use like in the fight, which made that fight slow, and I had to use the center. It was the worst.
Okay, now I gotta do a bit of menuing. I have to teach Magical Leaf to Sylveon, which is the TM you get for defeating Milo. I almost called him Elmo.
Aspect, how do you not think the D-pad is not bad? Like, in a vacuum, I think it might be okay, but compared to like any other controller, like I have an Xbox One controller sitting next to me, and that D-pad's very good.
Yeah, I
Someday I'll like actually use my May Flash adapter and use my Xbox 360 or Xbox One controller.
Xbox One controllers are nice. I will say that. I need to get some more of those actually for like PC, and because I tried to fix one and the soldering iron I had turned out to be really bad, so it didn't heat up evenly or all the way to the tip. So I kind of destroyed the board trying to fix it. So I'm gonna get a better soldering iron and probably more controllers.
Greta, that's what I was thinking. Like the problem with Aspect saying that the D-pad isn't that bad is that Aspect is really, really freaking good at Pokemon speedrunning.
It's
Aspect. He's right.
No.
Aspect who somehow has a 4-hour run of this.
I'll be talking to Aspect after this.
You'll be hearing from our
having
attorney.
words, sir. I learned yesterday that it's faster to fly back to the center after this gym, which makes sense. I just never thought about it. But it's not after Hulberry.
Yeah, Nessa.
Because it's not in the TAM template because sometimes it grabs stuff afterwards, I guess.
Yeah, sometimes you have to like get the XPs afterwards.
They always get those before.
Yeah, some like routes get them after.
I don't know.
But I think you need them for Nessa, for Sylveon, right?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah.
That sounds right. Yeah, Aspect Sylveon PB is actually really good. It's a rare
really good runner.
Also, Sylverfyre is the only type that Sableye is weak to. And before
I believe, right? Aspect
before
PB
Gen
is a
6,
rare den,
it
right?
had no weaknesses.
Yeah.
Wait, that run has a Death on Rose and Camp? What?
I believe, which technically, yeah, it's a rare den. So I believe I have world record for regular den. Haha.
Oh, so it's
make that a variable
hyper
so I
voice.
can. No. It's a rare Dazzling Gleam den.
Oh, I have that too.
Yeah. I have second place, but I don't have a rare den, so I'm gonna say that I'm first in my heart.
I'm not adding a variable.
By that I mean I'm non-aspect world record holder in Sylveon. Kind of a big deal.
Listen, it's
Which
easier to add
Which for Sam is my
variables
problem.
now.
Is it? Did they change?
Probably they changed everything else.
I don't think they changed anything.
Drop
about
down
variables.
menus.
Oh,
Yeah,
it's
yeah,
easier
but
to
like-
navigate. Okay, before the new speedrun.com update, like if you go on the boards that have like the
It's so
adult
funny.
names, you would have to like
It's-
list a subcategory for every Pokemon, and there's like 30 of them, right? So
Yes.
you just have this giant block of just like squares with every Pokemon name.
It was hilarious.
There's a very big issue with SRC in that as a mod, when you add a variable, you have to manually click up to move it up. You can't just like move it, and it is so annoying. And they did not change it in their new update, and I just have to keep because we try to keep it alphabetical.
Them?
Yeah, and so you have to hit it. It adds the variable to the very bottom, and then you have 30 billion trade alt main runs.
Alright, cool. I'm gonna go
Why?
So
Why
bad.
did I
Just for you,
crit?
just for you, Greta.
I crit Corvisquire.
Ooh, another hop crit and another hop cutscene. Very fun.
I mean,
love
there's
crit and hop.
I believe there's 52 as of a couple weeks ago.
52. I said 30, and I thought that was like, oh, that's high enough, right?
The only reason I know is because for whatever reason I was like, I'll submit TAMs to 8GDQ. Why not? They won't take them, but why not? And so I counted them. It's my description.
Yeah.
Don't confuse
Yeah.
me.
So like, and there's even more TAMs that people have routed but not submitted a run for, so they're not on the board yet. Like, no one's done Cosmog yet. and then everything goes silent.
We don't talk about
I'm still waiting
Cosmog.
on I'm still waiting on
No.
Aspect to finish reading Driftloon Tam.
I just forget that this is an actual route.
Because I'm not doing it. I already rooted Oras Driftloon Tam, and that's
Yeah.
a nightmare.
Aspect and I were talking about it, and we were like, I was like, May keeps roping people into routing these terrible Driftloon routes.
I did not rope. I rooted my own terrible Driftloon.
Didn't Jordan do like half of
rooted
it?
Driftloon alt main on his
Yeah,
own.
yeah.
That was all him. He was like, May, run this game. I'll root Driftloon Tam. And I'm like, I mean, okay. I wouldn't recommend it, but okay.
Okay.
I routed Vaporeon Tam recently.
I'm sorry, here.
The
a good
weirdly,
idea.
Yeah.
the most challenging part of that route was figuring out what to do about Milo.
Yeah, it's because water types in this game
Yeah.
struggle early.
And Vaporeon doesn't get an ice move until 40-ish? I forget.
checks
It gets Aurora Beam like 35, 40, something like that.
Evolutions are many things, but having good learn sets, not one of them.
Yeah.
I was looking at like the evolutions in Let's Go to see if there was like anything
Oh,
like interesting,
rough.
and I looked, and they have like actually the worst learn sets like ever. Like I looked at them, I'm like, all right, I'm done with this.
At least in Let's Go, they get a type move when you evolve them.
Wait, that doesn't happen in Sword and Shield.
No, it starts
Oh.
as of Let's Go.
Ah, okay.
Ooh, critical hit, huh?
Yeah, so May's on what's known as Team Yell Double, what we
Water
call it. It's quite bad. The two Pokemon that are leaded off are the Thievul and the Linoon. The Thievul has Snarl, which if you get hit with Snarl, your special attack gets lowered by one stage. And because we're using Bubble Beam on this fight, your special attack is very important. The Linoon has both Lick, which has a 30% chance to paralyze you, and Sand Attack, which lowers your accuracy. So just like hoping that you don't get screwed on these first couple of turns is like vital.
Water Pulse, yeah, okay.
It makes
Also-
Sylveon great though because it has Fairy type Swift.
Yes.
Yeah.
So
When I did
Just one
Drifblim,
shot both of them with fairy type
played out
Swift.
main, the Ruchus, or Drifblim alt main, the Ruchus says rely on Hop, you can't do anything. It's so bad.
Oh,
It's horrible.
okay. I am on the
And-
puzzle in Nessa's gym now.
You really never want to be in a situation where you're expected to rely on Hop. It's rough out there.
Yeah.
That just
Honestly-
sounds scary.
It's still better than relying on traits though.
Yeah.
out of
One of
all
these days,
the
Boomerang's gonna hit.
fights that you have to do with Hop as your partner, I feel like Hop does the best on this fight because the Wooloo that he sends out first has double kick, which actually works pretty well against the Linoon.
If he uses it.
Yeah,
Just
I mean,
growl.
yeah, I could just defense curl if it really wants to.
So this is the part of the run where I hit, where I mess up the cycle because I hit a stupid, barn, whatever it's called.
Barbarical?
Oh my god.
Isn't Barbarical the evolved one?
I did it right, but I was too far to the right.
Oh.
Yeah, that cycle is insanely hard. Like, I don't even go for it in my runs.
No, I don't
Like, it's
either. I
actually
just,
so
like,
hard.
I just sit there.
I
I'm
walk.
So scared.
I literally walk. Like, you have to be, like, actually perfect to make that cycle.
Alright, so we're at 2?
Yeah,
Fortunately,
I'm writing them down.
Okay.
Don't worry.
Fortunately, it's just, 2 shots, because they're both weak to water, but
Firebird Lover asks, what benefit does the world get from sending preteens out to battle with summoned monsters, and why does it spend so many resources on this exercise? Well, in Gen 1, Professor Oak wants you to go out and do it to do his research for him for the Pokedex because he's too old. So I'm guessing preteens go out collecting data for science.
That wasn't even that much slower than like my PB or any other run, because I always hit the stupid Pokemon in the path there.
Yeah.
So like it was slower, but it wasn't that much slower. It was a better DL double too.
A really big theme throughout
If I
this
may.
entire run is hitting Pokemon.
Can I encourage donations for the runners for some Pokemon hot takes from you runners?
Oh, I'm full of Pokemon hot takes.
Oh,
yeah, we have
Corvimae is.
plenty over
So if
here.
anyone
Yeah,
makes
we-
a $5 donation, you can get a Pokemon hot take.
Someone's got to
Okay.
take the background, apparently.
I gotta think of some hot takes now that I have.
Yeah.
You have some time, 'cause
I feel like remember all my Pokemon hot takes. That's the hard, because to me, I don't think they're hot takes. I think they're just takes.
See, I
Yeah.
I
that
know
said, this
have-
donation is a hot
know.
take.
I know a couple of hot takes of yours, May.
All right.
Yeah, I know.
people
I know at
donate
least
for other
one.
Can people donate for other people to tell me my hot takes?
Alright, well,
Yeah.
we have a
Yeah.
$13.60 donation from
Yeah.
Jordan97. Good luck only to Dijon because Sylveon is not Mantine.
Yeah, Jordan hates
Yes.
Mantine because Jordan runs Colo.
Thanks, Jordan.
Coliseum, Mantine is a monster. You die to Mantine a lot, and it's very, very sad.
I forgot I had to ow. I forgot I had to go into the moves before doing my inputs.
Huh?
Oh yeah, Mantine's 4 times weak to electric, so every time there's an electric move, I like clench up a bit.
The more Pekko must be fun.
I mean, you only take 1 attack normally, and the nice thing is that Mantine is still a special defense tank, but yeah, it does a lot of damage.
I have had more Pekko and a few of my Vaporeon runs. Probably because I did weird things in my notes and was like, oh yeah, you can set up some of these things on more Pekko, it'll be fine.
Yeah.
And I'm like, why
Yeah,
did I do
only-
that?
It's only 2 times weak.
I love it when I
It's-
like write a route and like I'm like, oh, it's perfect, and then I actually try to do the run and there's like I just die constantly.
Yeah.
And I'm like, oops.
Yeah, I've had to
my,
do adjustments to runs on the fly that I'm testing.
My Oras Drifblim chem route, like, had that problem in multiple fights where I just pretty much got the fight to work first try and was like, oh, this works. Then I actually did it and I was like, this does not work. And unfortunately, one of those fights that didn't work on was Phoebe, which is the 4th to last fight in the game.
Yeah, so Dijon Gun's Mesa right now. Yet another fight where Sylveon saved a good chunk of time on Mantine because I believe the same amount of turns, but you don't have to Dynamax, so you just literally just save 30 seconds right here.
Yeah, because the X special attack and X speed, plus holding Miracle Seed and using Magical Leaf on Dreadnought saves, is a one-hit KO without it actually being able to do anything. It still has to Dynamax, though.
Having a grass move here for Dreadnought, very useful. 4 times.
That's one of the only times we use Magical Leaf, but what's a Pokemon run without learning a move that only gets used like once?
Yep.
So for most
And then-
Pokemon, it's
and-
faster to catch all 3 of these. But I'm gonna beat up this first Litwick.
How
As,
dare.
double effective to it.
Well, it's actually faster to defeat one of them. Just a lot of Pokemon just like can't defeat them in 1 turn, and if you can't do it in 1 turn, it's like you just catch it.
But you
Yeah,
still have to
my
catch
player
2, right?
types are resistant to everything I've got.
Sorry, what did you say, Matt?
So how many points do you need?
You need 5.
Yeah, so you still have to catch 2 of them.
Yeah, catch 2, defeat
Fight
1.
1, yeah.
But it's faster for Sylveon to just catch them all because, you know,
Yeah, it's like marginally
fire,
faster to beat
fire
one.
won't resist everything I've got.
Yeah, before we figured out.
Yeah, you're right. That is faster to just fly back to the center.
Yeah.
Before we figured out this, like how to get the quick balls consistently, we used to pick up like nest balls.
Nest
in Route
balls
4,
are so bad.
and they are
God.
very bad. I can promise you, it was not a good time.
Like every time
very
if you don't
much
set your clock
person-
right and you have to do nest balls, it's like miserable. It's so terrible.
I very much thank the person that figured out the quick ball thing.
Yeah, so all of the Watt traders are on a 50-day set loop. So, like, there's a set thing for each day as a day number of days that you have been in the game. So, like, you will always start off day 0 with that guy having quick balls.
And they roll over at midnight, but it's like time played or something, the way it works. It's super weird. Like, it's not real time. Because you could cheat that. Which you can't do normally. You can't just go into a den and change the clock to move time forward. This is another fight where we just Dynamax. We don't have to do any setup. We just Dynamax and we use Max Geysers and it's raining, so they don't do any damage, but we do tons of damage. It's still only a 6/16 range to one-shot the Cinescorch, but it's fine.
Yeah, the Watt Trainer inventories do advance when you advance a day with the Raid Den Manip, though, which is good because I very much rely on that in Vaporeon fam. Because I have to, like, get a bunch of Watts and then advance, like, 3 days to go to the Dappled Grove Watt Trader and buy the Quick Balls and the TR for Scald.
Another nice thing about Gen 8, it's the first gen where so in all gens before Gen 8, if your speed combat stages change, or if your speed changes for any reason, it doesn't apply until the next turn. But in Gen 8, they changed that so it's immediate. Wait, actually, does that matter for this run at all? Now that I'm thinking about it? It maybe doesn't.
I was about to ask, like, when does that come up?
Sylveon... Sylveon
It'll
uses the next speeds, but...
Yeah, it'll come up if, like, a double partner uses an X speed or something. Maybe it doesn't come up. I was thinking rain, and I was like, wait, but I call it wait.
Yeah, in Let's
Still
Go,
fun fact.
if you use an X speed and then an X speed on a Pokemon, and then that Pokemon also attacked, it sets the order of what Pokemon will go in what order before the X speed is applied. But in this gen, it's very nice
That's
that I will.
kind of unfortunate on one fight.
Yeah.
Also, another thing is, a lot of the sort of more important trainers... Oh, come on. Okay, good. Ponyta confused me, but I still attacked.
I did not hit the range. I was just not even close to hitting the range.
But trainers like, Speed, Hop, some of the, like, late game, like, Pokemon League, whatever, fights,
He's really good train.
they will change the order of their Pokemon. Oh, I got hit by, Stunfisk.
I don't actually want headbutt, I lied.
That has never happened. They will change the order that they send out their Pokemon in, based upon your Pokemon and which Pokemon the game decides is more effective against it.
It cheats. That's what, essentially. It cheats.
Yeah.
It knows information that you would not know in that situation. Well, I guess actually in competitive battles you do get to see the opponent, like online you see the Pokemon or the opponent team lineup, but
Why did I use Dazzling Gleam? I was supposed to use Magical.
Yeah, there's like we took a while to figure out
Oh,
like
come on!
the logic that the AI uses to actually figure out what Pokemon to send out. And it's like
Yeah.
based on the base power of its move combined with whether it's super effective or not very effective against what you have out right now.
I didn't actually know that that we knew how exactly it works. I figured we just trial and errored it for things.
Well,
It is
yeah,
consistent.
there's it's consistent, and there's not like too many fights where it super matters, so you can just
Yeah.
like trial and error it, and what's not that bad. But there is like a method, and there's like weird things like the way like reversal works in this calculation. It like sets it to like base power 60 or something like that. There's a lot of like very
Interesting.
weird quirks.
So I'm gonna do another death warp here. And I'm gonna try to not mismenu it and have to do it twice.
Yeah. So after you take the death off of, I assume, the Mudsdale here.
Yeah.
you
Unless the
get
days
that-
progressed again. This is the weird save.
Yeah, it's so weird. Like sometimes I'll get the Mudsdale, sometimes I get
Garbodor.
Garbodor, and I've gotten. Oh, what did I get on Vaporeon the other day? That was weird.
This should be Mudsdale. I don't think the days ticked over again, but
Yeah. So after you take the death, you like
Oh,
get
it was
sent
a.
back to. Oh, go ahead.
I was gonna say, when on one of my Vaporeon runs, there was a pile of swine there.
Oh yeah, that can happen when it's snowing. Yeah, so you get sent back to like a girl standing like beside like the train station at the very beginning of the wild area, and if you mash A, you will get sent back to where you started in front of Motorstoke. If you mash B, you just like stay beside the station. But if you select like the middle option, it will just send you straight to Hammerlock. So we want to Hammerlock the next place that we're going, so you have to be very careful to like press the right number of text boxes and then hit down, because you can't just mash A or mash B to get sent there. And it's very, very sad when you click the wrong one.
it's so bad.
Okay, that's optional number 2. That stupid. It's that
Oh
guy.
yeah, the same one may hit.
The guy like leaving Galar Mine too.
Yeah.
It's harder for you though than it was for me.
I mean, I have Magical Leaf.
Oh, that's true. Also, the amount of money that you lose when you die is based on the level of your Pokemon, not based on like how much money you have. So like, nice thing about using your Route 1 catch that we catch before the run starts to skip the catch tutorial.
Yeah, it was very interesting. I was doing a run of this, and I had like I had changed which Pokemon I used for that death warp. I used like a level like 25 Pokemon instead of the Route 1 catch. See, I realized the menuing was slightly faster. And then I walked into the Hammerlock shop and I'm like, why do I have less money than I'm supposed to?
Oops.
I
It
never
was fine.
I never get caught by these Stunfisks, and I've got hit by 2 of them here.
Yeah, it's hard when
I need
when
to work on this because my movement in Galar Mine 2 is bad.
Galar Mine 2's hard.
Yeah. When you're like turning those corners, you gotta like make sure you don't get like caught on anything. Because if you do, the Stunfisk will come out and grab you.
Yesterday, when I was doing this, I forgot to talk to Ryan. I just biked past him and I have to be like, wait, because I hate that if you're too low, he won't trigger his stupid cutscene.
You have to be like right in front of him.
Let me in.
Yeah, I've done that before.
When I played this game for the very first time, I was like one of the people that did like the day 1 speedrun, right? And I'm just like kind of mashing through the text, like right when you enter Hammerlock, and then it's like, all right, and the game wants you to go like into the castle after or whatever. I did not realize this, so I just walked around Hammerlock for like 20 minutes. Trying to figure out where I'm supposed to go. Okay, I wasn't reading any of the text.
That was in the situation in that menu there where my stupid D-pad on my dumb Procon decided that I definitely wanted to hit right instead of down.
Yeah. If you hit down there on that cutscene,
You might be wondering,
like 1
hey,
second.
why didn't you fly to West Hammerlock? And my answer to that is shut up.
Alright, I am on Marnie 1. So, a fun thing when I was routing Vaporeon is the notes I was looking at had all the like moves and like IVs and stuff like that.
Aspect, I swear to God.
It did not have the abilities though, and that Krogunk has dry skin, which means water does nothing to it except heal it. So I had to fix that.
It's actually a really big pain in the like normal sword any percent speed run, which uses the Shovel starter. You have to like do a whole bunch of setup on that Krogunk to actually KO it. It's very annoying.
I at least remembered when I was routing that the Raihan 2's Torkoal has drought. But I also forgot about that one route being in the desert. So that was fun.
Yeah.
Yeah, this part's just like, or this part of the game is just kind of slow. We'd like talk to a bunch of people. There's a billion cutscenes. I'm sure there won't be another split like this later.
Definitely not, right?
Why not? Not in this game. Wait, can you bike up those stairs?
Wait, yeah, you can bike up the stairs.
Yes.
Are you serious?
Yes.
Yeah.
What? I did not know that. I literally always ran up them.
Oh, the stairs with the
Up to Sonia in the Hall of
Yeah.
Tapestries?
yeah, you can bike that.
Well, that's your answer, Aspect, because I did not know that was an option.
Oh, my favorite is boosting on that.
Oh my God.
boost-
How did I not know that?
Boosting on corners is
I actually practiced the boost like into the door there like multiple times. It's actually really difficult
Wait,
to
I'm
like
gonna
get
do
the
it
right
now.
angle.
it
Hold on, let me
It
open
is-
I
my
want an
game.
outside area.
it is tough to optimally like boost on the bike.
Ignore the fact that it's like technically outside. It doesn't feel like it's outside, you know?
That's fair. Yeah, I didn't know that for like the first couple runs I did until I like
Yeah.
watched somebody else, and I was like, oh, you can just bike there.
See, when
Yeah.
I watch streams of people speedrunning, I don't actually watch the speedrun. That's what this
I-
is.
No,
That's
of
what
course
this is
not.
revealing. Yeah.
Yeah.
I remember it from way back during Frost Fatales in 2020, when I was doing comms for Amray's Shield run, and just kind of remembered it from that, I believe.
Yeah, usually when I'm watching a stream, I'm just like, just like posting in chat, and, like reading chat, and then like every so often I'll look at the actual gameplay.
Yeah.
So
And
this is
just shit posting.
Yeah,
this is
exactly.
stupid-
I mean,
stupid,
sorry, heck posting.
Heck posting.
This is a stupid harsh sunlight route. But
We've
we
got a
have
couple
rain
hot
so we
take
can make it
requests.
rateable.
We have a $20 donation from Yakan Zusen.
Sorry?
So we donors have earned a couple hot takes from $20 donation from Zon.
Okay. My biggest hot take, the one that people are referring to, is that I think Gen 2 sucks. I think it's bad. I
Yeah,
don't like
that's one of her
Yeah.
hot takes, is that
That's
she
one.
is that she
It was
is wrong
really
about.
weird. I think it was really weird that like they decided, like they made Gen 1, which is like has problems, but it was like a cool idea, and then like they made Gen 2, which is just objectively bad, and then like somehow the series stayed alive. But thank God, because Gen 3 is very good.
Hey,
I would have killed it.
have you actually played Gen 2?
I have. It's the first Pokemon game I played,
Okay.
and I stuck with the series, and now I speedrun it. How is that for overcoming the odds?
I don't know, it seems to me like this is evidence that Gen 2 is actually pretty good.
Because like my take is Gen 2 is the best gen.
Gen 2,
Oh
like
boy.
Gen 2 like has a good start, and then they were like, we'll just throw Kanto in here for fun, and the Kanto part of Gen 2 is terrible.
I mean,
It's unbalanced, I will give you that.
It's so boring.
It's
a
not
little bit
boring,
better
but it's
in Heart Gold.
unbalanced.
It's cool for KIR, and that's like it.
What is KIR, Corvimae?
KIR key item randomizer. It's a
Yeah, the
it's a-
randomizer is good.
it's a crystal randomizer. That's actually pretty cool.
Dijon, when are you teaching me to play key item randomizer? Because I've only played the other one.
Well, I mean,
Is this something?
we're
is
not
this something
busy.
for this
We're
stream?
not busy with this marathon after today, so maybe this week we could do that.
We do have that $1,000 donation incentive for a post Ragnarok bonus stream from the Docs, and I would be happy to do something like key item randomizer on that.
Wait, was that both? That was both grunts.
Yeah,
Yeah.
just
When did that happen?
slide my DM self. I mean,
May, are you gonna do a Nita skip?
No, I'm not doing it. 'Cause it's impossible and bad.
I just noticed that, like, in Kabu's gym, and probably all of them, there's like a billion Pikachus in the audience and no
Yeah.
other Pokemon.
I think there's Eevees too.
How many hot takes do I have to get for $20? I don't know what the rate is.
Are we each supposed to do one? Or
Yeah, I don't know what we're doing here. I've thought of mine.
Like I said, it's like
I've thought of
$5
mine.
per hot take, so like.
$5 for hot take?
Okay.
That's like
We gotta
per
ration these.
like- No, so
There's
like
4 of
that
us.
can be like one from each of you.
Coaching.
Yeah, okay. I'll go with mine.
Okay.
I think that Pokemon Ranger is better than literally every mainline game.
That's a good take, actually. I worked really hard on it.
It's funny because she made a thing. It's
But I
called
also really do like Pokemon Ranger combo the video game.
Yeah, May made like a website called Ranger, which like hosts like a bunch of like different
Well,
Pokemon routes on it.
Originally it calculated ranges. Also, these metronomes were 3 for 3 being useless, so that was cool.
I have a hot take that mythicals are the worst thing to happen to Pokemon.
No!
The worst thing? There's a lot of bad things.
Oh, I just thought of a second hot take,
I'm
but I'll
gonna
wait for
read
more
it
money.
fast.
Save it,
Thank
save
God of
it.
water.
Yeah.
Like, so at least.
Oh, not Doug Trio.
Nice bulldoze, doofus. Oh my god, it's the tankiest thing on the planet!
Wow. Can't believe that lived.
I have to heal now.
Oh no.
I hate it here. So yeah, Doug Trio's the worst one to hit because it has arena trap because you can't run away.
Yeah. Well, they don't all have
Does
it, but
does Arena Trap affect you if you're flying?
Yep.
Yes.
Okay.
Wait, I gotta write down my hot take. I'm gonna forget
What
it.
did I hit? There was a helium tile there. Where?
The exclamation point.
No, but the encounter only like is there like 2 seconds after, so I think there was just like a helium tile.
There was
in the
just one
ground.
hidden. And I
Yeah.
just didn't see the grass. Like they're so small. Is the thing.
If you walk like over an exclamation mark while the mark is still there, like you won't get an encounter.
Mm.
She's gonna
So-
spin on me. Okay, she did not spin on me.
Kabu is like
You
the
said
worst.
Spit.
The reason
Kabu's
why
like-
Sorry, go ahead.
I was gonna say Kabu is like the worst worst gym leader in the Sylveon route because not only do you have to use 3x special attacks and an X speed, you also have to Dynamax.
I don't agree with this take. I think Opal's worse.
Yeah.
Opal's worse
Sucks.
on Sylveon?
Yeah, because you can just die, which you can't. Like, it's much harder to do on. Like, you can die on Kabu. I've done it before, but Opal's real bad. Oh no! Aspect is right. I forgot how bad Gordy is. Gordy's horrible.
Oh yeah, Gordy. We'll get there.
Because if you get if it uses I thought Arena Trap does work on flyers. Does it not? Did I kill that for no reason?
Also, not all of them have Arena Trap, so it's worth trying to run anyway.
No, it's slow. You get text. Using 2 turns is fast.
Yeah,
They just got some extra experience.
Yeah. This root's good, by the way, because you don't have to get the stupid stow on side rare candy, which is horrible and the worst.
Not bad. It's just slow.
Yeah, I
Horrible and the worst.
I don't have to go back and get that rare candy either because I had a rare den, so I got extra experience.
I've never not had to get it when I do that run because I've never gotten a rare den.
I just use the same save because I know I can get that rare den with one.
I've never gotten a save that can do it, and I'm too lazy to grind for one.
I just got lucky after like a couple. Which is why I never save. Like, keep this save.
Do we owe any more hot takes, or are we good?
Yeah, I do. I was just for mine. I was gonna say that 3D Pokemon is better than 2D Pokemon.
I also could
I have mixed feelings on that one.
I think there are some very choice.
Not all of it is better, but
I
think there are
have
some
a hot
very
take.
good 2D sprites, but I think on average the 3Ds are better.
So,
I actually thought of an amazing hot take. Oh my gosh, please
So,
don't
like,
need more money.
3D games
so
in general are just better.
So Let's Go is a 2D grid with a like 3D
It's still
plane,
3D.
which makes it a pain, especially for things like pushing rocks.
Gen 6 is like that too.
Yeah, Gen 6 is like that.
Yeah, I love Gen 6, but Gen 6 is jank.
Yeet.
Also, Gen 6's plot is more convoluted than Gen 8's.
No, that's good.
Mm.
Good. Like that gives it some really good like Kingdom Hearts vibes, and I'm here for that.
Gen 8 is just stupid. And I think that's not a hot take at all.
No,
Gen 8 is
mixed
like
feelings
ignore
hot take.
the plot until the last like half hour, and then
Yeah.
I
it's
thought of
like,
another hot take though, so if people want to donate, I've got another hot
Any
take.
more hot takes?
I've already thought of 2 more. I'm so excited.
I have one off the top of my head that is one that is another very famous hot take of mine. Yeah, I think in terms of like the 3D, I think the 3D models are pretty good. I don't know, I like them.
Yeah, I like them.
I like that because of the 3D models, like they made it so all your Pokemon can follow you again.
Yeah.
I gotta teach you.
Only in the DLC, though.
Only in the DLC. It was
And in Let's Go.
This game did some weird stuff about like in the base game your Pokemon don't follow you, but in the DLC they were like, oh yeah, that's a thing we can do. And then like you also don't get shinies in the overworld, even though Let's Go did it because
It's all because like they wouldn't delay the game and they had to finish it by a certain time. So they had to leave stuff out, like, 400 Pokemon.
like I actually think Gen 8 is very good. I really enjoyed this game.
Yeah,
But it is
me too.
100% rushed.
Mm-hmm.
Here's a cold take. Teacup's Gym bad.
My hope is that all the Pokemon that are missing after like the DLC and everything are in BDSP, and since they'll have all the models and everything made, they could just add them in.
Well, they only like excluded one good Pokemon, so I'm not that worried.
Yeah, they excluded Venonat.
They
Like-
excluded Chaitot. Oh, that's another hot take of mine, is that I pronounce Chaitot, I guess. This really bothers people, I guess.
That's what,
My
I can't
favorite-
even parse what Pokemon that actually is.
My favorite May pronunciation is instead of saying Voltorb, she says
Voltorb?
Voltorb.
I actually have a Mudsdale.
I'd literally start saying Voltorb.
Voltorb?
Now, like actually.
I didn't used to do that, and then people really liked it. And then I started doing it, and at some point it became unironic. Now it's just how I do it. Which is
Breaking that.
honestly an extremely common occurrence in my life.
Don't
Yeah.
counter me. What are you doing, Mudsdale?
Purple one, my behated.
There we go.
No, that was actually okay. Oh-ish, I guess, until then. Puzzle one's horrible.
Yeah. These like teacup puzzles are honestly like the third one is the easiest one, and then the second one's the second easiest,
Yeah,
and then
the first one's
the first
so
one's the
hard.
hardest. I don't know why they made them like that.
Like the first, like it's because like the puzzle, I guess, of it is harder. I don't know.
Alright, luckily Dijon did not accidentally warp to the wrong spot. Very good.
Hey,
Ow.
I was careful because I've done that too many times.
Yep. There's one time where
We'll
I
have to heal after the next fight.
I don't know how many hot takes I've given out, if I've given out the correct number, but
Oh, we're good for now until we get more donations for them.
Okay. Aspect, calm down. Aspect's just in here like dragging us. I know I'm bad. Eminem, you don't even run this game.
Wow.
I'm
He
gonna
doesn't
have a
even
lot
go
of character
here.
aspects
Yeah.
after this.
Like I said, you'll be hearing from our attorney.
I'd like to say I like it when guides include screenshots of where items are at, because
Oh, I know.
a lot of them just assume you know where every little thing is on the map.
Yeah, as someone who has made a lot of notes like look nicer and stuff, I take my own pictures for every single item, and it is so worth it. Like,
Yeah,
honestly.
I added so many screenshots to the Vaporeon notes, like where the water stone is.
I spent a lot
Where
of work making the Sylveon notes like usable.
Yeah,
They're like they were
Yeah.
fine before, but they weren't like beginner friendly.
yeah, they were
Yeah.
just
That's the word I'm really looking for.
they were user
I'm real
unfriendly
blind
for
now, by the
people
way.
who didn't know where everything was.
Honestly, really big shout out to everyone who can make notes usable or look nice for beginners. So it's honestly way harder than it would seem. I'm so bad at making notes usable.
I will do it for you.
Just do it in Ranger.
Okay, I'll learn Ranger. I'll
You
do
know,
it.
this
Learn Ranger.
actually, as a Mystic Quest runner, this is actually making me realize I should do this for the Mystic Quest guides, because, there's some really precise, you have to open boxes, not just at all, but in specific orders to do an item overflow glitch. And, yeah, having screenshots to, add to that, it's open this box and then this box.
So I'll be honest, I still don't know what Mystic Quest is. I thought it was a TV show, but I think that's Mystic Quest.
Final Fantasy Mystic Quest.
Okay.
It is
Good
it's certainly a Final Fantasy game, definitely, and it's not a saga game at all.
So it's
Aspect did spend a lot of time making the Sylveon notes faster. That is true.
I don't know why I biked back instead of flying.
But who needs things to be fast when they can be pretty? Do it for the aesthetic.
But yeah, Mystic Quest is a Final Fantasy game that was made for a Western audience to try to get them to play more JRPGs.
And mostly what they did was make it really easy.
Interesting.
They actually did this in my opinion, it makes for a really, really good speedrun.
I mean, I speedrun Pokemon, which is an EPRPG, so I get it.
That said, you were at the mercy of RNG so badly so many times in that game.
Oh, I know. Who can relate?
And I mean, I'm sure that you Pokemon runners cannot possibly relate to that.
Who can relate?
No,
I
of
can't
course
at
not.
all.
No,
I
no.
mean,
I'm actually reminded, by the way, that I owe a $22 donation for the number of deaths that I had in my Mystic Quest run at
Does this count for hot takes?
also,
It does, once I put it in.
Oh, I'm so happy.
We are ready over
You're so
here.
excited.
Pokemon and Mystic Quest are a lot alike because they both have jerk birds.
I don't know what that means.
Yeah,
Birds and
Mantine.
jerks.
How do I mute somebody? Can I get a bottom here?
Well, I happen to be one of the Valks, so...
Oh, quick thing about making notes
powers.
prettier. You could, the notes that I'm reading, I can tell, have been edited by Greta because all the moves are color coded.
Yeah, I edited a lot of notes, specifically straight out main notes myself. And I like to actually take the color directly from the game that it's in.
It's so
and then
pretty.
It looks
Yeah,
really
nice.
good.
That's smart.
Part of me wants to add that as an automatic thing to Ranger. It's so pretty.
Oh,
That would require
yeah.
me to like have a list of moves, which actually wouldn't be that hard to get.
Yeah,
Alright,
if you
I'm
want
gonna look into
like
that.
the colors, I can give you them.
Yeah, that combination of angry Asuka with the rainbow wings is powerful. In the chat, emotes.
Oh my god, that's so good. So May's on Bea right now.
Using
and
the
this is-
bike to climb the stairs.
Wait,
Oh, yep. Bike, real quick.
Is it?
No,
don't
it's
Dynamax.
B. If
It's
that's what you're
B, I
gonna say.
thought.
It's
I mean,
B.
Bea makes sense
It
in
is
like a
B.
Japanese way.
What? It's Bea.
No, it's B.
What? No. Alright, hot
Yes.
take time. It's called Bea, not
Bea?
B.
No, we thought
It's
it
a
was
3-1 for ya.
Bea for a long time, but then like her entire episode of Twilight Wings came out. and
Okay,
I'm like,
if it's Bea, then I don't get to. Then nobody gets to call me out for saying Chaitot.
I like Chaitot. I'm going with that one.
Shay Todd.
Anyway, so May's on Bea right now, and it's the first gym that she doesn't have the Dynamax on because she has both Psybeam and Air Slash, and they're very, very good moves on these fighting types.
Air Slash in general is quite. So Air Slash in general is quite good, except that it is not
Except-
fully accurate.
It's 95%, and that
Love a
5
good
happens a
1 in
lot.
20.
Speaking of Pokemon names, my spouse, especially when they started getting into Pokemon Go and stuff, they had trouble remembering some Pokemon names, and they came up with some funny names for Pokemon. Like, they couldn't remember Poliwrath, so, like, they called it Poly Warlord.
Who did? Honestly, good for the Warlords.
So that is actually a $32 donation for me because I decided to increase it by $5 for each time I had a total party wipe.
Alright,
Right,
so
that's a lot of hot takes.
That's 6 hot
Hot-
takes for y'all.
6 hot
Six.
takes. I'll go first, and that is, I think it's really cool that people are really mad in Gen 5 when they added Trubbish, because it's they're like, oh my god, you added a trash bag Pokemon, but Leafeon already existed, so wow.
Oh, I love Leafeon.
I hate Leafeon.
It's
We also have a $10 donation from Leggy Starscream. I'm here for hot takes, but also, what's everyone's favorite Pokemon?
Mantine.
Alolan Ninetales.
Blaziken.
The one that's a dragon.
Espegon.
Alright, who's gonna go with their hot take next?
um,
Okay, my hot take is that Orash is the worst Pokemon game.
No!
And it's not close.
What? That's wild! We already discussed Gen 2 and you still think this? How?
Yes. Orash is
No.
the only game that I bought and didn't complete. It was
Oh, I didn't
actually,
complete. I didn't complete Orange
unplayable.
casually, but it's mostly because I wasn't into Pokemon at that time.
Didn't complete a lot of Pokemon games, even though I've owned many of them.
I can do
I mean,
another one
if I'm being honest, like the probably the least I enjoyed a like game that I played casually was White 2.
White 2's fun. I like White 2.
I didn't play White 1, so it was incomprehensible the entire time.
Oh, that's fair. Yeah.
Because it's a sequel, but it's also a sequel where they don't explain anything that's happened in the first one. And so like, because I didn't play White 1 because everyone was like, White 1 sucks. There's like no old Pokemon. I'm like, well, that doesn't sound great. I want my Mantines and my Magnemites. So I bought White
1's
2.
good.
And then White 2 does not make sense. You're just like, if you don't know who N is, it's just like, who are you? What am I supposed to care about
a beautiful man. That's all you need to
you?
know.
That's fine, but I didn't know who he was. He just shows up and we're just supposed to know who he is.
I liked Pokemon White.
I don't have Black or White 2, and now they're like over $100.
They're really
so
expensive, yeah.
maybe
Yeah.
maybe I'll never own them, or I'll have to do some kind of like.
I was so excited for your hot take, Jim, and I feel really betrayed right now.
I got another one if you want to go for it.
Yeah, let's go.
Is
with
it, is it
Gen
also
Yeah.
going to make me upset?
Maybe, I'm not sure. It is continuing on Gen 6 hate.
Oh no, it's gonna make me upset too.
Alright, my next hot take is that Dynamaxing is literally better than Mega Evolutions.
That's what I was gonna
That's
say.
That's true.
I was gonna say between Mega's Z Crystal moves and Dynamax. Dynamax is the best.
The
for
Dynamax
sure.
designs are as a whole better, and like you can make any Pokemon big, and that's fun.
Yeah.
Like
So
in terms of like game
Megas
balance,
are
it's definitely
overpowered.
worse.
Oh my
But
god, Mega
So my-
Evolutions hate them.
my hot
Yeah.
take is along that line, and it's that Gigantamax forms should have just been the Mega Evolutions.
they're way better, except for
They're
Mega Sableye.
better.
Mega Sableye is very good.
Yeah.
Like, they should have put the Mega Evolutions as the Gigantamax.
You want to hear the coldest take of all time?
Okay.
I don't think it's actually. Audino did not need a Mega. It's literally no one cares, and no one
Yeah,
cares.
no,
Even now,
yeah.
no one cares.
Wait, Audino has a Mega?
Yes, it does.
What?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I didn't know this.
It's literally no one cares.
I think there's actually only like maybe 2 Megas that I actually think are like decent, and it's like Mega Sableye and another one.
Does anyone else remember when we were
Mega
commentating the actual
Rayquaza is
gameplay?
alright, I guess. Remember
No.
what?
Remember when we were commentating the gameplay?
Why would we do that? This is Sword and Shield. Half the gameplay is us mashing.
Yeah, so we fought Bead, and now we're going in a forest.
Who?
Yay.
Bead. B-E-D.
Oh.
Bead, yeah, not.
Not
Okay, I like it's not. Yeah, I will. Yeah, okay.
You want me to call him Bade?
No,
Bade.
no. Indeed.
We know how Bead is pronounced because it's in his song, so you can't even argue that one. Nope. Yeah.
So,
A little
fun
fun
thing-
thing that this game
fun-
does. Oops, sorry, go ahead.
I was gonna say, fun thing about fighting coughing, well, besides it's self-destructing, is that,
That fight sucks, by the way. It's one of the worst fights in the game.
Fairy is weak to poison, and poison resists Fairy. But coughing has an attack called, or an ability called Neutralizing Gas, which neutralizes all the abilities. So Swift goes back to being normal, so we can actually fight it.
Very
It also
useful.
has haze, so you can't set up on it because it just resets your stats. It's awful.
Yeah.
I don't remember what I was going to say. But I'm sure it was good. Oh, a nice fun thing that this game does is every time there's a cutscene, a movie that we skip, it still takes you off your bike.
Yep.
Wait, there's like movies every time.
And we still owe hot takes. I
Uh,
definitely have more. People, tell me what my hot takes are, friend.
I don't remember them. You say it, then I'll be like, haha, like a hot
Okay.
take, and then I will forget
Um,
instantly.
Hot take. My hot take is that Pokemon Puzzle League is the best Pokemon side game.
But Ranger exists.
Ooh, but Ranger and Mystery Dungeon and Coliseum and XD.
Coliseum is a side game in name only.
Coliseum and XD are not side games.
Okay, but
They're like-
PMG, my beloved.
They're like para games. You know what I mean?
They are non-canon main series.
Wait, what?
Don't think about it too hard. None of us are.
Oh yeah, it's like Let's Go, right?
It's like, let's go, exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Also, I was-
Here's a hot take that's only a hot take for people who aren't in this chat, and that is with Let's Go, they finally made a good Kanto game.
Yep.
That was gonna be my next hot take.
I actually think
I
Fire
got-
Red Leaf Green's pretty good, but like,
But it's
okay.
also Fire Red Leaf Green, so like that deducts points.
but it's not as good as Let's Go.
No, Let's Go's the best, easily.
I just love how broken Gen 1 is.
Yeah, at least like the Gen 1 experience is like breaking everything. So there's that.
Like, I think I ran reverse badge order for last Speedrun Ragnarok.
What a category.
I love. Also, I am a big fan of when you have battle animations turned off and Cramorant uses dive, it just disappears.
here's another one, and that is, it's like, shouldn't be a hot take, but it is, and that is like, people like to say that Game Freak doesn't know how to program games. Gen 1 is like a marvel of engineering.
Oh yeah, it totally
Yeah.
is.
Incredibly
But
impressive.
But it's also very
It's not.
broken.
But it's incredibly impressive.
Like the
This thought does not apply
Like
to Gen 2.
like the ROM is like entirely filled to the brim.
Yeah, exactly.
Like they only had space to put Mew in because they took out the debug tools, and so they didn't even test Mew.
Beautiful. I didn't realize it was quite that tight.
It's
I
crazy.
knew it was really pushing the limits of the GD.
And for Gen 2, like Iwata had to like help out with figuring out how to fit all of Kanto in there as well. And if you look at the like Space World 99 prototype, all of Kanto is one big map.
Eminem, that's a feature. I don't think TRs are actually that bad in this game. I think it makes sense when you consider that, like, TRs make sense when you consider that, like, TRs are like farmable in this game, and they wanted it so that, like, there's actually a reason to keep doing raids. Like, it makes sense in a game design perspective. I don't I hate that there are TRs on the ground in the DLCs. That's lame. I'm just gonna break through. I'm not gonna hit myself.
So casually TRs are fine. Like they are easily farmable. But for routing speedruns, especially TAMs, they are the worst.
Damage Gardevoir does. Okay, I used Reflect. That's 0 damage, my favorite amount. A fun fact about Confusion is they nerfed it in Gen 8, and it's super terrible now. It's only 30% chance, so it's like you're just better off trying to hit through it in a lot of cases, honestly.
I realized they nerfed it.
Yeah, they nerfed it in Gen 8.
Also, hey, it's
encourages you to try to ignore it, which can get you in trouble.
it's pachinko time.
Yep, it's time for Dijon to go through the teacups. Let's see how it goes.
It will not go well because I'm really bad at it.
I don't think it goes well for anyone, really.
Except for Aspect, apparently.
Apparently Aspect, so good at this game.
So good at the game. It's almost like
look at
actually good at Gen 8 games. Look at Aspect, so cool.
The only thing
I should have saved here, but I didn't. Oh, look at all of us.
The only thing worse than the teacup physics are Mako physics.
Wait, Confusion was nerfed in Gen 7? I could have sworn it was Gen 8.
I like barely played Gen 7, so I don't know that.
Also, I love how the Sylveon.
Gen 8.
I love how the Sylveon notes now say in bold caps, "Do not teach Misty Terrain."
Oh yeah, I haven't actually run it since I got rid out.
Because we used to use Misty Terrain.
That's your last name.
For like one battle. And it turns out that it really doesn't do anything.
No, because it does something. It's just not like worth it, I thought.
Well, yeah, that's what I meant, is like it really doesn't.
30% poison happens every time.
60% of the time, it works every time.
That's just correct. That's just good math.
Well, I tried to look up the Confusion thing, and it would only give me the move, so that was fun.
Excuse
It
me.
is Gen 7. I don't know anything about Pokemon. I could have sworn it was Gen 8.
I hate the teacups. I'd just like to register that fact.
That was not the right move.
But yeah, the Confusion nerf is only a nerf if you're the one dishing it out. If you're the one receiving it, it's a buff.
Okay, this is now extremely scuffed if this does not kill. Which it does not. Okay, this is quite bad.
What What fight are you on?
Opal.
Opal? Okay.
Opal is just always bad forever.
Yeah, so you're still a gym ahead of me.
Opal, if you send out your Pokemon, you get poisoned by sludge and then you cry.
The problem is that I don't have Max Geimer. Max Geimer.
Max Grimer.
Max
Max
Grimer.
Alchemy now.
Max Geimer is my favorite detective show.
I probably have to heal though, is the only thing. Because of poison.
What health do you have? I think G-Max Finale doesn't do like that much.
But I don't know how much it deals, is the thing.
You could probably heal that.
Yeah.
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 If you were like a little bit higher, like maybe at like 70 or 80.
Yeah, exactly.
Maybe you'd be fine.
Poison was just rough. So I was supposed to just use Double Beam, but I did not do that, obviously, because I forgot that my cursor was on side beam, because I'm good at video games.
Yeah, a really annoying part of this game is that sometimes your cursor like resets back to the top of like whatever menu you're in, and sometimes it doesn't. So like trying to remember when it does and when it doesn't is a huge pain.
No, that was totally my fault because I was looking up, or at least this two-shot. Because yeah, Finale doesn't do that much damage. Nope. No. Okay.
So all the trainers in...
is that I was looking up when Confusion got nerfed.
So all the trainers in B's gym look like James Hetfield.
I don't know who that is. Is that an actor?
Me neither.
Me neither.
That's the lead singer of Metallica.
Ah, Metallica. Sorry, I'm too humor for Metallica.
I tried to sing them and I got DMCA'd, so I gave up.
Selloutica. Remember the time that Metallica got muted on
their own music? Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh,
that's
yeah, I did
karma.
hear about that.
It's like, this is the hellscape you helped create. You gotta...
You did this to you.
Because I did this to myself. Whoa.
Life is like a hurricane. I heard a whoa and I just assumed.
I thought you were gonna say life's a highway.
Life is like a highway. Here in Duckburg.
Race cars, and regular cars.
Going down the only road I've ever known.
Why am I getting a copyright strike against our channel?
There's no way, because it's a song.
That's a compliment, actually.
Yeah, we were just so good that they had to DMCA it.
I just heard very delayed beat in the back.
Yeah, I know. So the X items, you can only buy 7 of them in certain shops, so I gotta fly twice here. The Sylverfyre doesn't have that problem because of, as Aspect mentioned before, Aspect rooted to be fast.
Imagine going fast.
Right. Cringe.
What is... I need to check Sylveon's speed. See if I need to heal. That's not how you do that, apparently. Speed 60. Okay, yeah. Oh, that's only a 80. We're gonna heal. Not gonna risk, because I know I'll get like the 12.5% not Oko on Machamp.
You can type race power with 2 words. The top one got number. That's what I always say.
Oh, and that dropped my
I'm
speed.
grabbing a candy, and then I'm gonna talk to Sonia, and then we're gonna fight Hop for the 6th time or whatever.
Okay, so
Live another max strike, or do you
I'm-
just keep healing until
I'm
you?
just gonna keep healing until it runs out of Gigantamax.
Yeah. that
It's
makes
not
sense.
a great strat, but I didn't think about needing to heal until after I
This
beat.
cutscene is good.
Ooh, that was a crit. Damn.
You just get to ignore Sonia and watch the score before I have the background. Not that I don't like Sonia, I like Sonia a lot, but I really like Bird.
Yeah, I guess I could have Dynamax, but yeah. Too late now.
Oh no, your speed fell. Is that bad?
At this point, not really.
Oh, okay.
Okay. That was a pretty scuffed B fight, but it's fine.
I don't know why I didn't boost there.
You made it through, and I think that's what's important.
The pilot trainer, do you do it when you have him when he's looking high or low? 'Cause I screwed it up yesterday, and I forgot to check.
Wherever he's looking after you, wait for like 1 second.
Okay.
I think it's
I think low.
down. Yeah.
Down sounds right. I definitely tried high last time, but I hit an encounter, just screwed up all the cycles, and I hit the...
Mhm.
Yeah.
It was bad.
I'm like okay with hitting like an encounter if it means I'm gonna pass that trainer.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, but I didn't. That's the thing. I hit an encounter before the trainer.
Oh, okay.
Two
Well,
for
maybe
bad.
not do that.
Okay, thank you. I screwed up this fight yesterday, and like I had like 2 shots Snorlax, and it was bad. So hopefully I won't do that today. I think I like double rain dance, and so everything ended a turn early.
Yeah, this is another example of a fight that Rain Dance is very useful for. Also, you didn't heal the confusion. Interesting.
That's because I forgot.
Ah, okay. It's fine. We'll just hit 3 every time,
Exactly.
and then you save a turn.
Easy. That was a minute.
Yo, actually, I just thought about it, but like, if you if you're setting up like 3 turns and you get confused on turn 1, I wonder if it's just better to try to fight through it.
Well, it doesn't. It's not. It lasts for X amount of attacks. I thought, right?
Oh, that's
Yeah.
it.
Duosion use light screen. I have to use another
Please
special
work like
attack.
that. I think. I'm not 100% sure how it exactly works.
Yeah, one annoying thing about the fight that Dijon is on right now, that if you that you have to set up on the Duosion, and that has light screen, and if it uses light screen, then you have to set up again so that you can KO all the Pokemon. If you get, I think, if you get Hyper Voice instead of Dazzling Gleam at
Yeah.
the very beginning, you can set up on the Hatchram instead, and that does not have light screen.
Yeah, you can just Hyper Voice Duosion and then use your X special attack on Hatchram and Hyper Voice everything else.
There's not like too many differences between Dazzling Gleam and Hyper Voice, but that is one of them.
Ah! Ah!
If the light
Yeah,
screen
yeah.
already wore off.
If you boost, it's just good. Good to know. 'Cause that's how I do the phone guys. I just go and.
Oh
Is that
yeah,
a
you
Pokemon
boost
Mario?
the phone guy.
Oh, heck yeah.
Okay,
How?
Tony
Hold on.
Todd. Tony
Okay.
Todd is
I'm getting off the bike. I can't catch this Koga tomorrow. It's too small.
That was a manipulation to catch it.
Yeah. That was terrible, but that was.
Disclaimer, that was not a manipulation.
So we need a Pokemon to use for some double battles later. Togedemaru is the best one. Especially if you screw up.
Is Togedemaru 100% to get in a quick ball?
I sure hope so, because if not, it's going to do a lot of damage to my Mantine.
I think it's like 80 something.
Alright, that's terrifying. Cool. I hate it.
I know
Oh, is
Poniard
it 100?
Poniard is like 80 something if I remember correctly.
Isn't like, Phalanx is like really bad, right?
I've never tried to catch a Phalanx.
I've never failed to catch a Phalanx, so...
Okay. Togedemaru is 100, Poniard is 80. Okay.
Phalanx is 40,
It's
cool.
40. Oh, beautiful.
Just
I love
never
Phalanx.
felt
It's actually that.
I love Phalanx so much.
I don't think it's a hot take, so I can say it.
Yeah,
Phalanx
everyone
is
loves Phalanx. It's incredible.
It's so
Oh my
cute.
god. Did you ever see Phalanx when it was in Pokemon Go, whenever it would appear on the map?
No.
Yes, actually,
No.
I have seen it. I was at school and one of my friends was playing it, and they were like, "What is this?"
It's so like
Phalanx.
it's just so long on the map.
I'm still mad I forgot I forgot about Drifloon Hour. I was told about it, and then I like got distracted and just completely... I re-downloaded Pokemon Go to catch Drifloon, and then just completely forgot. And,
There was like a Drifloon day, like not community day, but just like a thing where you could complete research and catch Drifloons, and I got like 3 shinies out of that.
I wish that was me.
So,
Well,
May,
hey,
are you
it worked.
playing on Sword or Shield? Because I'm seeing a lot of gold.
Sword.
I'm seeing a lot of Boldors on your screen. So on this route,
Ah!
oh, nice.
Dang it! I was doing so
That
well.
was very close. That was actually really good right until
Yeah, that
the
was
very
Towards
end.
the end, yeah, I know.
Crazy.
So on Sword, Girder is 30% to spawn and Boldor is 10%, while on Shield, Boldor is 30% and Girder is 10%.
Terrible.
Girders are the absolute worst. Girders will like, if they
Fucking
see you, they will literally just like run at you, while Boulders pretty much like stay still. So when Sword, like getting through these like narrow paths on the route is like way harder.
I take that last trainer a little bit safe because that trainer is horrible for Mantine. It's so bad. It is like maybe one of the worst optionals you can hit for Mantine. I got off my bike there because I wanted to. And not because I was mashing plus. I gotta switch to notes here so I have the map.
Oh yeah, so we're
I
coming
have
up
the
on.
Sylvia notes pulled up on another tab because I know the maps in that because I had it there.
Dijon is just heading into Opal's gym, while May is heading to Gordy's gym. Gordy's gym is very fun if you're like, once you've practiced and gotten good at it. Very difficult if you're like not super confident in it.
I do not like that aspect. So you can skip the first trainer by intentionally walking into a hole. I will try not to screw it up.
Yeah, so basically what the game decides where to respawn you by like whatever the last like solid platform you were on is. So
I'm on
you like
18%.
you touch
Aw.
the platform without hitting the trainer, and it's like there's a small space where you can do that, and then you fall in the hole and you can skip the trainer. Shout out to Buster who found that one.
Yeah, I think that was good.
It looked good to me.
It looked good. Yeah, okay, cool.
Yeah, nice.
So that Spritzy was like an 18% chance to Oko. I did not get the Oko, but I got very close.
What? I didn't walk far enough right. You guys can't actually see if you're not on the platform, so.
Right, and this last puzzle is like, you can barely see anything. It's supposed to be like a sandstorm or something, I guess. I don't know.
Yeah.
A sandstorm kicked up.
I haven't heard that song in so long. Takes me back to like late 2000s YouTube.
Remember that time that Twitch got derude for TwitchCon just because of that song, and then nobody knew anything else?
Thanks, buddy.
Have you ever seen the music video for Sandstorm? It's like the 90s.
Oh, yeah.
thing
Yeah.
ever. It's so good.
Oh yeah.
I've never actually seen the video.
It's very good.
I didn't live in the 90s, so I can't attest, but it feels like what I imagined the 90s to be.
Oh, don't say that.
Was that the one you were at, Leggy?
Gosh,
I'm also old, so.
So this fight is way better on Mantine than it is on Sylveon. It's really bad on Sylveon.
Yeah, you have water moves, and water moves do very well
Yeah.
in this fight.
We actually max Geyser still though, and we waste a turn of it.
Yeah, the Barbarical is like, it's water rock, so water's not like super effective on it, and that Barbarical hits very hard.
Your T-Pain is legit, though. Oh. That's not the move I wanted to use.
There's no Steel Gym in this game. There's
It's just Rose Tower.
Rose Tower is like Steel themed.
And then Rose himself.
Yeah. Ow!
Which I love the Rose fight.
Do you put the X special on this fight, May, or do you just like
You
go?
do on Shuckle.
Oh, okay. Oh. The Pokemon are in a different order on the thing I'm looking at. That's why.
The Rose fight is quite bad, that is true.
Yeah, the Rose fight is the worst for this route. I've never really had much trouble with 40.
The Rose fight used to be horrible until we changed some of it. There was like a one.
Yeah.
So we used to like set up on not Berserker, and it was because of like trying to avoid Throat Chop, even with the Dazzling Gleam route, and it was just so bad. We set up on Clink, I think, and like if Clink crit, you just died.
So yet again, Opal is, hope you don't get poisoned, basically. Luckily, I think for both of these routes, it's not like super bad if you get poisoned. There are like some routes where if you get poisoned, it's actually like, you lose like a minute.
Yeah.
Shout out to Shield Candy Floss.
It's the only good route.
Yes.
Come at me, Jordan.
That's gonna be a healer right there. Dang it, almost got away with it.
So it's been almost 20 minutes since we fought Hop, so I'm gonna have to fight Hop again.
Wow, it's been so long.
I
Yeah,
know.
it's been a while.
I'm almost starting to miss him.
Almost.
There's another cutscene that we don't watch, where Sonia again looks at a picture on a wall and goes, "How did nobody realize this is great?" Also, for some reason, it's like tapestries in like a random restaurant. Very
Yeah. Like
Yeah,
the plot of this game really only works if everybody in this region is just super dense.
No comment.
Yeah, I want to comment on the chairs in this diner place. Look at the man sitting on the little stool, and look at how teeny tiny the stool is.
So small.
I literally have to laugh at it every single time. It's so funny.
I've never looked at this before. Okay.
Please look at it.
I'm paying attention.
It's so
I
Very
will-
intently.
I will have to look at it when I get there. Oh no, my attack is lowered.
What a travesty that your special attacker got their attack lowered.
He's like, that stool's too small for you, sir. Please get a larger one.
Yeah, one nice thing about special attackers in Sword Shield is that there are a lot of Pokemon with Intimidate, and Intimidate cuts your attack in half, I believe. So, the physical attackers have to deal with just like having low attack on like quite a few fights, while special attackers don't have to worry about that at all.
There's an extremely funny fight in Omega Ruby Elite Four Round 2 where you do a horde battle against a bunch of Puchiana or Mightyena that all have Intimidate. So you just start at -5. It's not actually like a bad fight.
Oh,
it's
yeah.
really silly. Also, like the animation just takes forever.
Yeah, Alchemy is very good.
This fight went so long that I got the third
Oh no,
question,
my attack.
and I was able to
Alchemy.
one-shot out for me.
Alchemy always reminded, I don't know how many of you have played Super Mario RPG, but
I have.
the giant cake, like, it
Yeah.
just seems exactly the same to me.
From Booster.
Yeah.
Do I have to heal? Oh yeah.
Oh,
Thanks, Hop.
I have a funny
Okay.
story.
So, here's the deal. I have to go to the bathroom really bad, but I don't want to stop playing. And I realize if I go into the bathroom in this room, like there's a bathroom and this is the master bedroom, I can see the monitor
Oh my.
bathroom, and I'm on a wireless controller. So,
Genius strategy.
Do it.
I will be right back.
It's like the Ecchi Sobble strategy where there's a Dynamax section and you just mash the first move.
Yeah.
You just go to the bathroom.
Anyway, what were you saying, Greta?
The other night I was talking to a friend that all of us know, and
I wonder
I don't
who
know
it is.
where it came up, but he was just like on Reddit and on like r/Pokemon or something. And
Oh, I know which
there's,
friend this is.
there's the only person who's on Reddit 24/7. And there's a clip
Wait, who do I know is on
From-
Reddit 24/7?
Joker
Oh, okay.
from the
No,
Pokemon
this makes sense.
anime
This all makes sense now.
from Journeys, and
Oh, is this
Ash is
the-
fighting Opal.
Yeah, I saw this.
And Opal Dynamaxes or Gigantamaxes her Alcremie, and then Pikachu eats the entire like cream and
Do not
then looks
paralyze
like
me.
it's Gigantamaxed, but it just ate the cream. And
Game
it's
sucks.
the funniest clip.
Oh, yeah, Body Slam has a 30% chance of paralysis, and just like every other 30% in this game, it
always
happens
happens.
every single time.
This happened to me yesterday too, and I
Just
just
wait.
got like stuck in a stupid loop.
Until the Hub semifinal fight.
I like had a huge joke between like the Candy Floss runners.
I'm just
Candy
gonna hit
Floss
through
is
it.
like an any percent route in this game. That basically you take a trade Cottony, and it's really good. But I would get paralyzed on the last Hop fight, which has
Mhm.
Body Slam, actually
double.
every single run. Like, it was like, I don't know, like late 2020 or no, not late 2020.
So that only happened because I got. Sorry.
No, you can go ahead. The mic's not important.
Yeah, I only got happened because I got crit, so I had to spend a turn healing. Because otherwise, I would have
Oh, the rain?
the rain. Yeah.
Yeah.
And so you let me one shot Snorlax. This happened to me yesterday too. But it's okay because I hit 3 twice, so whatever.
Nice. Yeah, it was like 6 months into me running Candy Floss that I golded the Hop 8 split because I just didn't get paralyzed for the very first time.
Pokemon's dumb.
Just a reminder, you are watching Speedrun Ragnarok 2021, raising money for Take This.
I'm just gonna bonk into every trainer here, or every person in this town. And no one can stop me.
That trainer that May just passed before hitting the cutscene here, you can just go to the right side of that trainer. But if you go on like the left side, that like trainer like moves around a lot, and it's like really annoying to dodge.
Yeah.
If you don't go on the right side, it was very rough. Like a couple weeks before you realize you just go right.
Nice counter, nerd. Wait, nice slash actually does damage, how dare you?
So a reminder, if you donate at least $5, then I will request our beautiful runners to make some Pokemon hot takes.
I gotta think of more.
I got another one ready already.
Cause like the thing is like I can't think of them off the top of my head because I say stuff that I think is just like common knowledge, like Genji sucks. People get mad at me.
Yeah, luckily I'm the commentator, so I can just like write it down real quick once I remember it.
See, that's cheating. You
That's
can't.
what I've been doing.
I'm just gonna forget all of them. I'll think of it. I'll be like, oh, that's a really good take, and then we'll get the money, and then I'll be like,
So now we have the water bike because this game doesn't have HMs, or as I like to call them,
Yeah. Dodging Pokemon on the water. Whoa, that was a really good dodge on the Mantine there.
I'm not gonna say it yet. I've never hit a Mantine.
Really? They're so easy to hit.
No, because I love Mantine so much that they simply part from me because we have an understanding. And all you caller runners that hate Mantine hit them all the time because you don't have the love for Mantine in your heart that I have. I do hit Clobbopusses all the time though, just constantly. Or Bergamites I also hit all the time.
Or Marini.
Yeah, just this part I hit encounters.
Yeah.
Always horrible. I just do this on foot now
I
because
think
I've
her
been
name's
trying to bike.
Marnie, actually.
Thank you. So the Marnie fights are kind of weird for some reason, because Leopard knows Torment, which means you can't use the same move twice in a row. It doesn't really affect this fight at all, but...
The live card also has Prankster, which means if you're trying to attack, it can just like use Torment on the turn that you're trying to KO it, which is very annoying.
My favorite part about this live card is that it knows Nasty Plot, but no special moves.
That was great luck on the confusion that I got there.
Yeah. Also, apparently I learned through reading through the route of Sylveon yesterday that Inteleon apparently has Sucker Punch.
Yep.
This thing hurts a lot, if it goes before you. Which it did for me yesterday. I don't know why. I might have forgotten to use an X speed or something. But it felt bad.
Okay, and now it's going to be time for Dijon to get onto Route 8 and have to dodge. Hopefully not too many girders. Oh, and pass the trainer here too as
What?
well. It is really
How did-
annoying. Flash.
The dude saw me. So that's 3 now.
Yeah, that dude's like really difficult. Like if I don't get like the cycle I get every single time, like it's just a
It's like one of
disaster.
those. It's like the phone trainer where like if it's slightly inconsistent, my brain's just like, I don't know how to do this anymore.
Yeah,
This gym's cool because the first time you do it, you can't bike through it. The second time you go through it, you can bike through it, and we have to bike through it again afterwards because it kicks you up. We need an item in the back of it, so that's fun.
Forgot Rufflet was in base game.
Also, we need a second Pokemon for this because there is a single double battle in this gym.
Single double.
Single double.
Sounds like a order you would get it in and out.
True. Hey, takedown this. Heck yeah. And I got a crit. That actually saves a turn there. A useful
nice.
crit in Pokemon? That's crazy.
What?
Yeah, I feel like on average you lose a lot more time to getting crits than saving time, but sometimes it's
agree.
good.
Sometimes you get a really good, like a really choice one though, and that's nice. That's close enough to pull, I don't care.
We have one in and out in the Houston area. And it is always packed.
We're no longer
think
gonna use
that-
Rain Dance. We have
There's a-
Hydro Pump now.
There's
Must
a
be
couple
nice to
in,
have in and out.
there's a couple in San Antonio and a couple in Austin.
I have not had in and out since I moved away from San Francisco 3 years ago or something now, so.
I think
Is
the
there in
last
and out
time
in Canada? I don't know. Let's find out.
I had in and
I
out
doubt
was
it.
in San Francisco, probably actually.
Stop! Sydney, how dare you?
Hey, that's a wild girder.
Oh yeah, this is also, every gym in this game heals you to full when you enter it. But this is like, even though this is like technically a gym, it's also technically not a gym, so it's the only time when the game just doesn't give you a free heal. It's weird.
I found the sun.
It's because Piers is not gonna baby you.
True.
He's too good for free heals.
Oh, I can't play a song
I know.
over Piers' song because I'm it's a marathon. Yesterday
so
I played
sad.
Chug Jug over it.
Do I go for
I-
Poniard? I guess I go for Poniard.
No, he doesn't. I was thinking about in Masters, but yeah, he doesn't sing in Masters either. They do the same thing they do in this game.
Luckily, May cannot force me to listen to Chug Jug again.
We could be pro Fortnite gamers.
Okay, caught the Poniard. Oh, my attack is no longer nice. This guy over here, that I couldn't get. Can't quite get because this girder is in the way.
Oh yeah, the like bar that it's carrying is also part of its hitbox.
It's the
It's
worst.
awful.
So it's the real let's go Onyx sort of situation.
Got past him. I did not get the pixie plate. Dang it, I need to get that. I have to go back. Frick.
There's a Moth in my room? Hi, Moth. How'd you get in here?
I thought Venomoth wasn't in this game.
True.
Sadly, it is not. Okay. Going back to get the 60 plate, because it's very much needed as it increases fairy type.
For this next fight, the double with a real life gym trainer, not just one of the Team Yell fronts.
Yeah, it's weird that the next fight it's like Team Yell Grunt versus like gym trainer Joshua, even though they're both like clearly like Team
Well, they
Yell
mentioned
people.
it. They mentioned it.
Oh, do
Yeah.
they?
He's like Team Yell's actually made of gym trainers in his dialogue. He's also the only one with a different model. He lost his
Yeah.
paperclip or his safety pin.
I know.
Ah! The Phalanx was there. I'm doing great on this route.
Fall's good.
Oh, I couldn't get away.
Uh-oh.
This route is bad.
It's terrible. It's so
Actually pretty bad.
unenjoyable.
The amount of times I've gotten to this route like slightly ahead of my PB and then just exited it like a minute behind is...
You hit 9 girders.
Yeah, it's too many.
Yeah.
I hit the Sneasel.
If only we had repels, it'd be so easy. But alas, I just didn't add him to this game.
Now,
The darndest thing. But the one advantage to BDSP going back to random encounters that we can use repels again.
gosh, I wish I had gotten
In
the
exchange,
Pokéballs.
in exchange is worse in every other way. So yeah, if you haven't played this game, there's no voice acting in this game, which makes this whole cutscene an incredibly interesting, creative decision. Actually, you don't have my audio, but it's not very different, don't worry.
We still love you, Peters. At least I do. A lot. Probably more than I should, but it's okay.
This is good.
Dude, like, dark type trainers are just always the best. Like, look at Nanu. I love Nanu.
BB's pretty good. BB's Ghost.
Gen 7. Yes.
I don't know what
Gen
I'm
7.
on about.
Yeah,
I don't know what I'm
Nanu
on
is
about.
like the retired police officer. He's
I
just
was
like
like,
your dad
who-
at this point.
Who is Nanu?
Or he's
I
like the cool, edgy uncle.
I played Pokemon Sun once and then said that was enough for me. I never played Gen 7 again.
Honestly,
I own
that's
Ultra
fair.
Moon, but I never finished it casually.
Yeah, I have Moon and I have Ultra Sun, and I have not finished either of them. Not
Yeah.
even close.
I've played Sun, Moon, and Ultra Sun.
Gen 7 just does not really
It's very long.
grab me.
Not like this game, nice and quick.
Ah, it is
Yeah.
finally time.
I just love how Gen 7 is so, like, happy. And, like,
Okay, payback's
inviting.
good here.
Time to go through a maze that I can't see, and I'm following a map very closely because I cannot.
That's less good. It does suck a punch, so I actually have to heal that.
Forgot to ask you to not use an X accuracy on this fight. I'm lucky.
Okay, we're good now.
Yeah, this
Yeah,
fight's
we
a lot
can
of
hydro
hydro pumping. And if you want to save a turn, you
Yeah,
can
like-
just skip the X accuracy.
Nah. we used 4 of them, so I'm gonna pass on that, actually. That was
What
a
a-
useless crit.
Yeah,
I guess
we
he's got
were,
his pump Agatha.
we were
So I-
talking about it.
I
Like,
got
how
the,
much do we have to pay? To
Wow,
get you
that's
to
high
not
bar.
use it?
As good as Pump Agatha. Oh boy.
I got the trainer skip.
Yeah, really good. So I like watching and then I just didn't say anything for some reason. But that trainer skip
I like-
like more difficult than it looks. It's really
Well,
weird.
it's easier
like,
Yeah.
on sword.
like the trainer won't see you if both your feet like aren't on the ground in the walking animation. So if you like really quickly go up and down, it's actually easier than like trying to shuffle up
cool. I have to heal again because I missed that 15/16 range. Heck yeah.
Fun.
I love when that happens.
And then he uses obstruct.
Yeah, I do this so slow because I have to, like, follow the map entirely.
And then I crit the... Oh my god.
And then the last one is just great.
Everything in
Not-
this fight is just going to be, is like, playing out to be as slightly inconvenient as possible.
I just... This is really hard on my eyes.
Yeah, Melody's is even worse because it's just like pure white. It's
Yeah.
terrible.
Yeah. What I do for the gym is I like kind of just look out for like when rocks, like I can start seeing rocks, and I
Yeah,
like
that's what I
look
do.
for specific rocks
Yeah.
to know when to turn left or right.
Yeah, and for like the last part, if you on that final rock, if you walk straight up, as soon as you feel the rumble, move to the left like a tile.
Oh, I don't even use. I don't
There you
even
go.
like pay attention. It's just like when I'm like lined up with the rock.
You have to go
Yeah.
around.
that's
I got it.
Nice. That's pretty good. Not last round.
So this is a cool thing where right next to that stage is the choice specs, really, really, really good item. But it kicks out of the gym in this cutscene.
You get to
That's
go
great.
all the way back through.
Yeah.
Yay!
Is it actually? It's slower than having to get the choice band, isn't it?
Probably.
Yeah.
I would think. Yeah. Probably not by that much, but. It would definitely be slower if we had logo moving, but... Or, like, much slower.
Gosh.
All right. Now Dijon is heading
Remember-
off to Gordy.
Remember 1.0?
Oh yeah. Yeah. For some reason, when they updated to 1.2 in this game for the DLC, like loading times to get into the bag just like take longer.
Yeah, it's like actually noticeable if you've run the game like at all.
Yeah.
It's so bad.
We actually
I
had to split the leaderboards because like it's just impossible to beat 1.0 times now.
Yeah.
Yeah, that
I'm-
makes sense, aspect.
I'm also-
What did I bonk on? Air?
I'm
Time
also
hitbox moment.
I'm also running on a physical cartridge,
Oh no.
Oh.
which makes load times longer. If you have the digital copy and you have it on the Switch's internal memory, not an SD card, it loads faster.
Yeah, so I have like overall it's like a 4-ish minute advantage. No one's actually like fully timed it, but I'm so bad at this stupid.
So
Like,
Dijon
you
on,
power split, and I haven't even done anything.
wow, yeah, I was about to
That's
mention
up.
power split. So, if Shuckle uses power split, I believe what do you have to do to use the power split?
You have
Swap
to
out.
swap out and then
Set up again.
do all your prep again.
Yeah.
Horrible.
So, power split's a move that like takes the attacks. Is it the attack stat or the special attack stat, or both?
I think it's both, isn't it?
Yeah.
Okay, I think it's both. It takes the attack and special attack stat of you, and then it takes the attack and special attack stat of Shuckle, like averages them, and then gives the average stat to both Pokemon on the field. And because Shuckle's attack is absolutely terrible, your attack is just lowered by a lot. I say, like, you have to switch out to remove it, or else it's a disaster.
Generally, the AI won't use pain split more than once.
That's
Or
not what I
not
want to
pain
do.
split, power split. Do not want Psycho.
So this is the last gen. I equipped an item called Choice Spec. They increase your special attack by 50%, but you can only use one move until you swap out. But that's fine because 50% is an insane boost, so we're okay with it for most fights. And since it's the last gym, I'm almost done, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Definitely not another like
Wait a
hour and a
minute, there's
half.
like an hour and 45 minutes left in this estimate.
Yeah, it's not like it's like ORAS where you do the last gym and then you play for like 20 minutes and then you watch the credits for another 10 and you're done.
Oh, you pulled way ahead of me.
Well, I'm on digital, so I didn't realize I had that advantage built in.
Yeah, but it shouldn't be that much, should it? I don't know. That's what happens when it takes, like, extra time to set up your Sylveon.
Yeah, but I got a pretty good rem rate. I got like an above average rem rate and just below average Pokeballs, I think.
Alright, it's time to pay attention to that guy on the stool in a couple minutes on Dijon's screen. Super
Wait, the
important.
notes say revive partner if needed. I just didn't read that when I did this yesterday. Unless that got added since I ran the game yesterday, but I don't think so. I'd be extremely surprised. I just think I don't know how to read. I never learned.
When you're like actually playing, doing the run, it's so much harder to read than like reading it before the run.
Quick fun fact, this guy's pants have a Driftloon face on them.
The restaurant is named Bob's Your Uncle because, I don't know, stereotypical, England.
Yeah, because this is doubles, we're just gonna use our second Pokemon to feed X items into our first Pokemon. Togedemaru is actually really good for the gym battle too, because it just kind of sucks up attacks. I don't want to learn a move.
It has Lightning Rod, I believe, so if the Flygon tries to use Thunder Punch on Mantine, it'll just use it on Togedemaru and do nothing instead.
It's so convenient that we get these two burn hills just waste turns all the time. Thanks, Marnie. Cause I could use an attack there, and like it is safe in theory, but if you do damage with your secondary, your run is invalid, so.
He too big for he stole.
I hate to take a step forward to talk to this trainer. I always think it's gonna happen automatically.
Turtonators are really interesting in this run, because like on most Pokemon that you run, Turtonator just spams Shell Trap.
It's so silly.
Unless you like,
I forget I need
Shell
to use
Trap
the
does
rare
nothing
candies.
unless you attack the Turtonator and it doesn't like KO. But if you attack Turtonator and it doesn't KO and it's used Shell Trap, you're basically just dead.
I always forget I need to use the rare candies
Actually, I'm not
before
gonna here.
going in the restaurant.
I don't have very many left.
Or otherwise you have to turn down Hop's challenge to do it, and that takes extra time.
Yeah, Shell Trap's like 250 base power, isn't it? Or 200 or something?
It's a lot. I don't remember exactly how much.
I've never seen Shell Trap actually go off.
Neither have I, but boy howdy does it do a lot of damage.
Hot takes are apparently $5. $5 per hot take. So
You can
get more than one.
You can get many hot takes from many of our lovely runners.
We have plenty.
Many.
And couch commentary.
I have $5, but I want a hot take.
$5 hot takes. Now it
Money can be used to buy goods and hot takes.
$20. I wanted a hot take.
That was wrong. That was right.
Alright.
And I sure do love hail animation.
Super good.
Fun, fun, fun.
It's not like you both have it on your screen right now.
Wait, really?
Yes, you both do.
So I'm just gonna save before Ryan, because I only have one healing item left.
Yeah, you probably should.
And like, so I'm not gonna heal the full heal, just full here, just in case. It's a bit sketch.
Yeah, so after these fights, Raihan will heal you, but only if you only have one Pokemon left alive, because it's a double battle.
I forgot yesterday, which was nice. We didn't mention the 9-year loading screen.
That's part of the darkest day.
Oh.
Yeah, that's actually like why they caused it. They just didn't like it. So they're like, well,
Okay,
they have to pay.
Power. That's still a lot. That's still hyper beam damage. So we're gonna become Kyogre again for this fight.
You'll have to see it.
Also gonna get rid of Sandstream, which is nice. Or Sandstorm. Yeah, so even though it's like ostensibly supposed to be like the Dragon Gym, it's really like the Weather Gym. Shoutouts to T-Pat.
Professional weatherman T-Pat. Yeah, shoutouts to shoutouts.
Shoutouts to... Just exclamation point donate. Type it now. Do it. Wait, what? Wait. Can Token Tomorrow not always have Lightning Rod?
Possibly.
I thought it always had Lightning Rod.
Let me look it up.
What the heck?
Alright, I'm about to fight Team Yell and then get my water bike.
Oh, it can have Iron Barbs? That stinks.
Oh, yeah.
Oh. Yeah, I don't run routes that catch Togedemaru, so...
Oh, no, I can't
actually
heal because they killed my Togedemaru.
They killed your friend.
My friend. I think we're fine.
We hope.
Just 2 minutes. Look, there's a lot going on, okay? Shout out to Ryan's Dynamax animation. It's very good. I've been paralyzed. It is fine. I will simply hit through it.
You got this. I believe in Mantine.
So do I.
Alright, I have water bike now, which
Easy
means
game.
which means I can do Diglett percent.
Yay.
Oh,
That's
hey,
why you just do all obtainable Diglets.
hey, I found May.
What?
I found May
Drifloon?
in the water.
Oh.
Anyway, we have a $10 donation from Margaret Ann. I will take 2 of your finest hot takes, please.
Alright, Jim, you had one queued up, right?
Yeah, this is a positive hot take.
Ooh.
Grimer is the best Gen 1 Pokemon.
I don't
That's
agree.
That's a weird way to pronounce Venonat.
It's a weird way to say
Mantine.
Magnemite. I didn't almost say Mantine. Shut up.
Right? Have you?
Leave me alone.
It's a
Stop
weird way to
blaming
say
me.
Let me
Ninetale.
make my case. Please look in chat because the
Oh.
greatest
I'm scared. I think
The
I
greatest
did.
sprite of all time.
It is a very good sprite. It is not the best sprite of all time, though. I disagree with that.
but Grimer's so happy. It's
I
like
would
on
say
a
the
roller
thing about
coaster.
yeah.
Gen 2. Gen
all
2
those Grimers.
Raichu sprite is
Here's the
iconic.
question. Alolan Ninetales or Cantonian? Or, I'm Grimer.
Corvimae. claims
always have Ninetales on the mind. I'm a
Corvimae
driver.
claims Gen 2 is terrible. Favorite Pokemon is from Gen 2. Favorite
Curious.
sprite is from Gen 2. I am very intelligent.
I live in a society. Yeah.
Yep.
I say Gen 2 is bad. Curious. Look, so even number Pokemon games tend to have better designs in my experience. That's not the right menu.
So,
I'm gonna actually deposit my Togepi this time.
so when they brought Red and Blue over to the US, they used the sprites from the Japanese Pokemon Blue, which was not one of the original two. Sorry, I'm pausing because I'm concentrating on what menuing. The original red and green sprites were, for the most part, not very good,
Horrifying.
but some of them were actually pretty good, and better than some of the redone sprites for blue / red and blue over here.
Yeah, what's really interesting about like the whole like Japanese to English like changes to Gen 1. So like in Japan they had like red and green, and then they had like an updated version called blue. And when they brought that over to the US, they like weirdly combined it.
Yeah.
So like for example, like the front sprites of Pokemon are taken from like the updated blue version, but the back sprites are taken from red and green. Which is why, like, back sprites, like, a lot of the time look completely different from the front sprite.
Oh, well, here's a hot take for you. I think the Gen 5 animated sprites look not good.
Really?
I don't like the way they move. I think like the sprites themselves look good, but the movement is terrible. It looks like poorly tweened Flash animations to me.
Okay. I guess.
Look, you all signed up for this.
Oh, okay.
My XP route got weirdly behind, so I don't have Moonblast yet. I'm out of Dazzling Gleam, so now I'm throwing Swift at everything.
Oh.
I mean, it's working, but, like, I need to get to level 50, like, soon. I think the next trainer will get me there.
Pelipper is nice enough here to set up bonus water damage for us, so that's cool.
Is there
Weird
like
that
an
I'm
actual
behind
candy?
because I had, like, I hit optional trainers, so I shouldn't be behind. That's so weird. Okay, well.
Did you not candy?
I used the candies, and I didn't get the one by Stow on side because I had a rare den.
Don't you use that candy earlier though to get to level 15 earlier if you get the rare done?
Well, I only had 2 candies when I candied before Hop. That's how I've always done it. Like, I never get that extra one, because it says in the notes, if you get a rare den, you don't need to get the candy by Stow on side.
Did you grab the one before
this has never been an issue before, so I don't know what happened.
Did you grab the one by Sonia Slab?
Yeah, I get that before everything.
Okay.
You know what? I think I just got really unlucky with that that raid, and I didn't get the rare candy out of it. And didn't realize it. Possibly. I don't know.
I don't know.
Who knows what's happened, but it's fine. I can adjust, and I'm at level 50 now, so now I have Moonblast. Because I was able to evolve to Sylveon, like, after I did the raid and got all the berries and all that, before I went into anything else.
Yeah, it's not guaranteed. It's
So,
our boy, G-Darm.
oh well. I mean,
Nice the range.
it worked.
Easy.
It didn't cost me any time, so
Good range. How bad is it if you miss that range?
I've healed, so it's okay, but it certainly does do a lot of damage.
I see. That Darmanitan is extremely powerful.
I think it deals up to 151 damage.
What?
150 or something.
Oh,
That's why I healed despite being at 141. Or I think it's like 140 and then hail or something. But if you hit it, it's easy. So
Yeah.
just hit the range. Alright, now the question is, did I deposit Pokemon correctly? I did it! Yay!
Yay!
I hit them yesterday, and if my Togedemaru didn't have a Lightning Rod, I would have died so hard, because that fight's actually quite bad for Mantine.
Yep, yet again, if you have more than one alive Pokemon in your party, that double battle will see you, but if you only have one, then it won't see you.
Who wants to explain TAM? It was asked in chat. Just for people who are joining us now.
Oh yeah, for people joining us now, TAM means trade alt main, which basically means that you play the game up to the point where the game allows you to transfer in Pokemon from like Pokemon Home or trading. So basically you play up to that point and then you bring in a Pokemon that you've already pre-prepared, and then you start playing the game using that pre-prepared Pokemon.
yeah. So that way you can like breed the Pokemon to have perfect 31s and all 6 IVs.
Yes,
Or different things if it needs different things for the route.
Yeah, and there are like certain rules about like what level your Pokemon have to be and what kind of moves you're allowed to have and all that.
And you can do whatever you want in the game beforehand, just as long as you
For the
don't.
most part.
So long as you don't like trigger the hop telling you to come with them to wherever you go.
You also
Yeah.
get watts beforehand, but that's a minor detail.
I don't
Oh,
think so.
I never
'cause
thought
don't
about
think,
that.
No, we added the rule.
I don't think you can get to the
Yes,
WoW
you
area.
can. You can.
You
You,
get
get
it from,
them
the
from
wa-
you get them from the brilliant Pokemon.
Yeah.
The ones with the aura around them.
Oh, you fight those.
Yeah, so if you really wanted to, you could
You
sit
could
and
grind
grind
for
all
them,
your
yeah.
watts.
That'd be really dumb, so I don't believe you let you do that anymore.
Yeah. They just took it out to make sure no one did it.
Which I don't think anyone ever did, but
Mm-mm.
Isn't the chance of brilliant Pokemon like
bad.
absurdly low?
It's not
Yeah.
good.
Yeah, it's bad.
If you want to get like any reasonable amount of watts, you're gonna be sitting there for a while.
'Cause they don't even give you that many watts, I don't think, do they?
No, not a
not
lot.
really.
It's probably like 100 max or something.
You get a million X items in this fight, because Leopard doesn't really do a lot, as you can see.
Yeah, Liepard's only move that it can attack you with in this fight, I believe, is Snarl. And
Yeah,
Snarl
which
is not
Snarl-
very powerful.
It does do a lot of damage when it's used Nasty Plot 9 times, but
I mean, doesn't it lower special attack?
yeah, but we
Yeah.
set up 2 of them just in case.
Yeah.
Oh no,
You
we use a
can-
guard spec. We use a guard spec, that's right.
I use
Ah.
Dark Spec.
We use
A
guard
lot of
spec,
times
that's
you can like out item
Yeah.
your special attack because your special attack items raised by 2 stages, while the Snarl only lowers it by 1.
Yeah. But yeah, that's not a great way to get watts. You're better off just waiting until the wild area and the run.
Well, like, it would technically be faster to not have to do a
Technically, yes, but like,
Yeah, like that's why we got rid of it because it's like, no, this is so dumb.
Yeah, because the timer doesn't like actually start for trade alt main until you like trade in the Pokemon that you
yeah,
want.
it's like you start in front of the Pokemon Center door, and then time starts when you move.
Right,
You might be wondering why do we not just Hydro Pump 5 times in a row? Because in theory that would be like really good, and that is because we can't like the Torment makes us we can't use the same move twice in a row, so we take off choice specs for this fight only. And we'll equip it right after this.
Yeah, if you have choice specs on and the Liepard uses Torment, you like just can't attack for half the turns. It's very fun.
You struggle, don't you?
Oh, do you? I don't quite
I think you
remember.
struggle. I don't think you soft block.
No, it's not like a soft lock, but like,
I mean,
it's just, like the game just like you can't use any moves.
If it was a soft lock,
Oh,
we
did it
would
just
know
skip
by
it?
now.
I did it once, but I forget if it uses struggle or not.
Thought you did, but I don't really know.
Oh no, my attack! I've been intimidated.
So what lever will you do?
I will get faked out.
Your coverage are so bad now. A move
I will
you still
get-
have.
It's not like
Well,
you're
yeah.
gonna spam Move Blast 4 times.
Yeah.
Yeah, as one would expect, using the fairy move on the dark type leader is very good.
Yeah, I don't even have to use any X items. And the Scum Tank is like a 75% chance to Oko, but it's
Okay,
fine.
I'm taking an informal poll. Okos or one shot?
No preference.
Like, what do you want to call them?
What do you
Abstaining.
use? Which do
I
you
mean-
use? I always say one shot.
I mean, I go back and forth.
Mm,
Like, I'm not married to one.
yeah, I don't have
I
any
am-
preference.
I am
Okay,
polyamorous. Polyamorous with my
that's also a
KO
preference.
terms.
Same, be
Alright,
done, same.
centrist.
You know what? You're not wrong, man.
Yes, I'm like, I am the centrist here.
Also, Piers doesn't.
This song's a banger, by the way. Nobody can hear it but me, but it's a banger.
It is, yeah.
Which song?
Hop 8.
Yeah.
Uh,
The, like, really unexpected one, but...
I can't
write
hear any
down
game audio. so it's very
OHKO,
bad.
but I
I
say
can't
one
either.
shot.
I think
Well, yeah, I
do the same.
definitely am in the same
Yeah, I
boat
do
where
that
it's like
too.
I'll write it out as OHKO, but
Yeah.
I will never pronounce OHKO.
Exactly.
Yeah,
exactly.
yeah.
and sometimes I'll be like, "Gone! It's a one-hit wonder."
It's a one-hit KO.
I love watching Stadium solely for the announcer.
You know, the
The
stadium
Stadium Announcer is
announcer.
very good.
The stadium announcer is also the voice of Tracy in the Orange League.
Oh, really?
Yep.
Didn't know that.
Tracy Sketchin, who is my favorite character entirely because he has a Venonat.
If you like Stadium, you should try Driftblim Trade Alt Made in Alpha Sapphire, because boy howdy, do you have to hit a lot of thunders. It's pretty
Yeah,
much
oh,
the
yeah.
same game.
It's
Yeah.
probably easier than
It is, because you use X-Ax. but-
Stadium. Stadium is a great game, but it's also a terrible game.
Yeah, for reference, the speed run for Gym Leader Castle and Stadium, you like have to use rental Pokemon, and the rental Pokemon are like pretty bad. So like the only like a lot of the time the only like good thing that you have is just like Thunder, and you don't like can't use items, right? So you just have to like hope you hit Thunders and cry if you don't.
I would totally run Stadium if I had an N64.
I have an N64 and both games, and I just got a Retro Tank 2X Mini.
Nice.
Also,
I got a
Pidge knows the score. Pidge is good.
So after this hop fight, there's a delay of we're supposed to meet Leon for dinner, and Leon's too busy meeting with the chairman, and we're like, what? That's weird. Where did he go? And so we're gonna try to find him, and it's gonna be the most riveting part of the speedrun. It's extremely good and
I will
fun.
definitely not be looking at Dijon's screen the entire time.
I have to go. You have to go all the way back into Stigma by the stage to get the choice specs, and it's kind of annoying.
Yeah, it's
And
really
also-
inconvenient that you can't just
and
get it
also-
before.
It's so
So, like,
annoying.
I use the the dash or whatever, the turbo on the bike, and then you just like get caught on stuff sometimes, but you just like immediately just stop. And if you like
Yeah.
run into
Yeah.
if you run into a person like the Team Yell people I just ran into,
I don't know, like everyone is like made of steel in this game. Like if you run into them with your bike, you just like instant stop.
Like real life.
Dude, it just becomes
Of course.
like you just slam them over to the ground.
so
It becomes
navigating
GTA.
navigating around the people in that tunnel is the worst. I hate it. Please remove 3 of
So
them.
bad. It's so
Oh,
bad.
I had to practice going around those people, actually. Oh, this cutscene that Dijon just started, so when you exit the tunnel,
Oh my
it doesn't
God.
actually start immediately. You have to go left like 3 pixels.
It's so
So,
dumb.
It's
The
so
amount of
dumb.
times I have like left the
You
tunnel
fly
and then,
away.
and then like looked away and just started mashing, and I just like stood there for 10 seconds is
The
more
worst
than I'd like
version
to
of that
admit.
is in Let's Go, when you cut the tree to get into Surge's Dream, you take one step forward.
Oh yeah, I do.
Starts, if you don't take the step forward, then because it's Let's Go and you're riding a Pokemon, you talk to it, you get punished so hard. Mantine's ahead of Sylveon because Mantine's a better Pokemon than Sylveon.
Hmm.
I'm sorry, I don't make the rules.
Hmm.
I like Sylveon.
Hey.
It's my favorite evolution. Don't get
Hmm.
me wrong. But I love Mantine.
See, they made a Pokemon with my name, and so I had to love it.
Yeah.
Your name's Mantine?
Close, May, close.
Dark.
Yeah, so Mantine is ahead because Sylveon has a lot more setup to do in the wild area, and also May is running digital, and I'm running on physical card, and digital loads much faster and saves a lot of time off of that. And it's
I could
not.
have run my physical copy, I didn't know.
It's fine. Just remember that for any other races we have submitted
Yeah.
and are submitting in the near future. Wink, wink.
Oh yeah, we did do that.
Oh, is
Yeah.
this like a secret thing?
No,
Well,
not really. You can just
Yeah.
check. You can just check like the public submissions for marathons and figure it out. You just go to my
Yeah.
Uengus.
Wait,
We're
I
also-
think wait, you can do that?
We're also
I don't know, maybe.
we're also in the planning stages of Frost Vital's submission too. So
Ooh.
Yeah, but I have to keep submitting Alpha Sapphire into Frost Fatales until they're eventually browbeaten enough to let me run that stupid game. I try so hard. I'm gonna buy
Yeah.
a bunch of stuff. It's gonna be very expensive. How much money do I have? Do I have enough? I did yesterday. I do not. Okay.
How much are you down?
Like, that comet shard's worth.
Oh, okay.
Yesterday, I had enough money, and I don't know where it came from. Oh, I think it maybe from fighting optionals. That was wrong. Okay, well, that's how I'm doing that, I guess. That was really fast. So if you do that not dumbly, you can use them all at once, but I decided to do it in 9 different venues instead.
drizzling.
Yeah, it's really convenient in this game that if you have like 9 of an item or something, then you can just use them all at once instead of having to use them one by one.
Why would you do
We
that?
have-
You can just use them one by one anyway.
That's fair. Good
We
point.
have a $25 donation from Sanjan
Hi,
saying
Sanjan.
Hi, Sanjan.
Hi.
Jan!
in all
Ran
capitals,
Mass Effect.
says bear.
Bear.
There.
And I do believe
That-
that earned some hot takes.
Oh, I gotta think of one now.
Okay,
Uh,
so
I don't have any at the back of the Go ahead, sorry.
since it's Sanjan who donated, who ran Mass Effect, my hot take: the ending of Mass Effect 3 was not that bad.
I disagree entirely. Did you play after they redid it or the original one?
It's not Pokemon, but we'll take it because it is marathon relevant.
Because like I didn't play the redid version of it they released a little bit after. I did like the original on-release one. It was quite bad. Here's my hot take for Mass Effect. I have 2 Mass Effect hot takes for y'all. First one, Mass Effect 1 is the best game in the series. Second, the Mako is good, actually. I really enjoyed the Mako, but I like jank driving.
You like ragdoll physics on your vehicles?
I do. That's a hot take, Sanjan. Oh my god.
My hot take: Aiden is useless. Pick Ashley. Ashley is not good. She is a space racist, but she is not useless in combat.
That's why you pick Jenkins.
Poor Jenkins.
Come to Pokemon Hot Takes Mass Effect Edition.
Mass Effect Edition.
I unfortunately cannot contribute to this, but
I also cannot
My
contribute.
My favorite Pokemon is Blasto.
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 I love Blasto.
Blasto, the PS1 game starring the late Phil Hartman.
No, the secret agent. Psychic Legendary, exactly.
Psychic Legendary. That narrows it down.
What's everyone's favorite Psychic Legendary, and why is it Cosmog?
Nice try. You won't get me to say it.
Hold on, let me look up all of them. There's too many to remember at this point.
Yeah, I gotta look
There's
them up.
So many.
Okay. Legendary.
I'm gonna say favorite Psychic Legendary. I don't know.
Here's a hot take. I have a real hot take for
I
you.
keep thinking of Mythicals.
Generation 4 and 5 have 0 good legendary Pokemon in them.
Okay. Wait, I gotta think what they are.
Hey, Dialga's pretty good. Giratina. Giratina's good.
Giratina stinks.
You stink.
Giratina stinks.
Reshiram's good. I like Reshiram.
Giratina's the
cool.
Shadow the Hedgehog of
Earth 4 has
Pokemon.
like 3 dragon legendaries. How can you not like dragons?
Although, like, Gen 5, like 3 of the legendaries are just dudes sitting on clouds. Those are bad. And also, I could say more about them, but this is a PG stream, so.
So
Whoa.
this is the really fun part of the game that I was talking about. Oh yeah, Cresselia's alright. Alright, I was wrong. Cresselia's pretty good. I thought Cresselia was Gen 6 for some reason. So it's Gen 5, isn't
Yeah,
it?
definitely. Yeah, it's Gen 5.
Oh, also Verizon. There's a Verizon a mythical.
No, it's a regular legendary.
Okay, I'm
I think
wrong.
it's
Gen 4
Keldeo.
has-
Keldeo
Gen 4
is the mythical.
Gen 4 is bad ones.
Also, mythicals are legendaries, but legendaries aren't mythicals. It's the truth.
What?
Yes,
That's the last hot take we've got.
My
it
head
is
hurts.
the truth. Mythicals are legendaries. It's just legendaries aren't mythicals, like how squares are rectangles.
I will fix.
Our brain
Sure,
cell
we'll go with
has
that.
combined.
Wait, Cresselia's Gen 4? Alright, my
Yeah.
pick's just wrong.
Oh,
Yeah.
well, I knew it wasn't 6.
Fine, the box legendaries for those games are bad. Is that good?
Dialga's
Yeah.
still good.
Man, the BDSP boxes, quality.
The BDSP
Dude, I-
boxes are good, but I don't like the legendaries.
Yeah. I saw a tweet that was like Pokemon Heartburn and Pokemon.
Yeah, I saw that same tweet.
Remember when someone made the that fake third game in Gen 8 Pokemon Gun and
Yes.
then like
Yeah.
an actual like news
Yes.
site thought it was real and ran an article posted a picture of Sword, Shield, and the mocked up gun.
Incredible. That's my favorite of the post-game rivals. The one with the gun hair.
Oh.
Gun word. You know there was that whole thing about Beat Lance?
Yes.
What if we just had Beat Hop or Finals Hop as a category?
I think that's a great idea, honestly.
Good idea. I think we should put it on the leaderboard.
I think
Yeah.
so too. I'm gonna add it right now.
Thank you. Can we discuss it in proposals first, Tim?
We can
Yes.
We don't have
We can,
proposals, though.
we can add it on along with Dunk on Oak.
Dunk on a.
Dunk on Oak. I'm very curious about this category.
We thought of it earlier this week for the
Let's go.
And it's because when you right before you fight Giovanni's gym, when you go back to Oak's lab, the game just dunks on Oak a bunch.
Yeah.
Just makes
And
fun of him.
And then after the Lance fight, he gets dunked on again.
Oh yeah.
Now I'm thinking of the category all hops.
All hop. No,
There's
there's
more
more
in the late
hop.
game.
There's more.
I know.
There's post-game.
I am quite aware.
No.
I am quite aware.
Wait, isn't there actually a
Can't-
category
Yes.
that ends at Hop
Wait.
10?
Yes.
I can't-
It's
I
complete
can't,
post-game.
I can't remember. Does Isle of Armor have you fight
No.
Hop?
No.
No.
Okay.
Because Hop gives up in the DLC. Hop, spoiler alert, Hop gives up and dreams of being a trainer. It becomes a lab assistant instead.
Yeah, for Sonia.
Which, good for him.
I like that
Found-
Hop, like, you destroy Hop's self-esteem so badly that even though Hop is like a semi-finalist
And now
He's
he has
still,
a
like-
legendary Pokemon
and owns and it has a legendary, he's like, I'm bad at this.
that he caught in one Pokeball.
Yeah.
I also like how, Hop several times comes out and says he lost to a gym leader, and then it's like, how did you still
You can
how did
rematch
you
them.
still get all the... I know, it's just funny. It's just like, well, okay, go back, and I guess he goes back, but it's just like weird.
Wait, I just realized, Sanjay, did you read the Mass Effect crossover I showed you? It's really bad. I'm not gonna name it here.
Okay, well, I've got the last badge. That means I'm almost done, right?
Yes, of course.
Yeah.
Wow, we're an hour underestimate. Crazy.
We're so good.
There should be Sonia lab coat %.
Ooh.
We should have a
That's not what I
percentage
wanted
for
to do.
literally
I wanted
every
to do
cutscene in
that.
this game.
Oh boy, that's a lot of categories.
Say yes to teleporting with Opal %.
So this is
Yep.
the best song in the game that only I get to hear.
Suggesting all these categories, and somewhere in the distance, Etiquette feels this pain that he has no idea where it's coming from.
We have a $20 donation from Audrey Azura. Let's get to 11K and support my favorite fairy. Thank you so much. And,
Thanks, Audrey.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm gonna prompt you all for hot takes about Pokemon sidekicks.
Pokemon sidekicks? Do I have a
Sidekicks?
hot
Since
take
we've,
about
been, since we've been talking about Hop.
What does that mean? Like rival?
Like
That's
the
the rival.
rivals.
I got a
Oh, I
hot
have a
take.
good one. I have a good one. I have a good one.
Okay, go first, Greta.
I love Callum from X and Y. I love him. And no one else cares about him, but I love him so much.
Okay, very related to my hot take. Very, very related. The Gen 6 rivals, all of them are actually good. And y'all get paid on them too much.
Including
Also-
Callum.
Yes.
Also the girl, I can't remember her name, is
Shauna?
in a lesbian relationship.
Yeah,
with you.
absolutely.
Is that even a hot take? I think
That's
canon.
that's just canon, yeah.
I think,
That's like how Brendan is canonically gay in RS.
yes.
Because when you meet him, he's like disappointed because he thought you'd be a boy.
Yeah, I remember.
It's not misogyny. He's just gay.
I love how all of our takes were just Gen 6 takes, and that was it.
Yeah.
I actually
Here's a
like
hot
Gen
take.
6 a lot.
The plot of this game is too hard on Oleana because they hate to see a girl boss winning.
So true.
Oleana is
So
very
true,
much.
bestie.
I love
Oleana.
Oleana.
Oleana is like the definition of gaslight gatekeep girl boss.
Exactly.
Absolutely.
Yep, 100%.
I hope she comes back in some future. Is she in Masters yet?
No. But she is in the Crown Tundra. So there's that.
Is she?
Yeah, there's a cutscene where she's like, "Where's Rose?
yeah.
Oh my god." And then she's like, "Oh, I saw this guy pee and he kind of looked like him." Ha ha ha, hint hint.
That's very unfortunate. Okay.
Oh. That's not good.
5% by the way.
Cool.
I do
Good thing I
like
saved.
that.
Crown Tundra, very good DLC.
I love the Crown Tundra, even though it makes me really sick.
This was really good pace until that.
Yeah.
That was
But
my world record pace until that.
I have
Yeah.
not completed I have not completed the Crown Tundra yet because I am shiny hunting all the legendaries.
That's a bummer.
Gonna take a while.
Love me some 95% accuracy move. Really cool thing they added to this game.
They added it specifically for
Moves that
the
miss 1 out of 20 times. Yeah, they did it specifically to mess with me. It's kind of messed up, honestly. Super toxic Game Freak.
Ah, yes. Gigalith getting rid of the hail for a sandstorm.
Well, we get to hear about Oleana. I get to hear more Oleana music, so
I like doing shiny
They
hunting.
said like 3 hours ago that all the tracks in this game are bangers, and
they are all bangers.
They are.
they are.
The reason why I reset before I had to pay out Oleana is because I too hate to see a girl boss winning, apparently.
I don't understand why these notes say unequip the choice specs from your second Pokemon.
It's weird. It's about like
Like-
there's like original thing about like putting it to your second Pokemon to do slightly faster bag, but you can just not do that.
Yeah, like it doesn't say to do that in the notes at all anymore, so I think that's
It used
something
to.
that
It's possible something that we wrote out.
Isn't it something
Alright.
like to move like the choice that's from? I don't know, like. Wait, actually, no, like not faster. Never mind. Ignore me.
Y'all, the weather disappeared from my taskbar.
It's
I don't
'cause
think there's
it's
I think
faster
there's
and
I don't think there's weather.
it's because it's faster in Gen 6 to do it that way because you can drag from Pokemon, and so why not just? This is clearly a Gen 6 road.
Yeah, I was thinking of
once-
Candy Floss where that's faster, but it's not faster. Where like
Once my-
Yeah.
If
Once
I
my-
miss this again, I'm gonna scream. By the way,
Once my
Okay.
Capture 3DS
Fine.
comes in, that's gonna be such a thing getting used to doing speedruns with the touchscreen.
Go Mantine. Go Mantine.
First try! Woo!
Saving.
Nice.
Thank God I saved before this. I almost didn't. But I was mostly just like, I haven't saved in a while. I should probably save.
How do you get back here if you wipe?
I don't know if you have to do the whole.
I think you probably spawn right there, but I'm not confident in that. But then you wouldn't save, so I don't know.
Well, it doesn't say to save. There's no save
Oh.
save the games in this route. I just did it because I was like, it's a marathon. I don't know.
Yeah, I feel like you respawn right there, but if not, I guess you have to walk up the tower again.
I
The only
never,
not
I never
safe thing about this is like the air splashes. Other than that, the route is like quite safe overall. There's a couple places you can die, but it's not too bad.
Yeah, I never save because I want to be able to reuse the seed and the Pokemon.
There.
And now for the definitely not the Elite Four.
You definitely don't fight 4
Oh,
powerful
this is the most
trainers in a row.
contrived thing in the game, which is this this Macros Cosmos employee comes here, and you're like, I don't trust you because we just fought a bunch of you guys doing crimes, and she's like, no, not me, I'm different. Rip to them, but I'm different.
I'm not like
the
other girls.
Like other girls.
I was just about to say that.
we're all just sharing the same brain.
One brain cell.
When Magnemite evolved into Magneton, they all combine, but they don't get any smarter.
That's canon.
I know, it's so good.
I love it when people are like, "Oh, new generation Pokemon designs are so bad," and then like you look, it's like Gen
come
1.
back.
It's like
I
you've
do.
got ball, slightly larger ball, magnet ball,
Magnet is good. Magnet Ball is
Three-
choice. How dare you?
3 magnet balls together.
Magnet.
A
Magnemite
tiny-
is so good. Like Magnemite makes
cat.
sense. They're magnets.
A tiny head poking out of the ground. 3 tiny
Three
heads
tiny heads.
poking out of the ground.
Like
I was
I-
literally just thinking of Doug Trio when you said the Magneton thing.
But then my question is, why Magnezone?
I don't know. I don't like Magnezone.
No, Magneton bad.
Magnezone is
I
not a
was
real...
really hoping that Magnezone would just be like a giant ball of Magnemites.
Oh, that would be beautiful.
It becomes a
Give me giant
UFO.
ball of Mag-
Like it turns into a UFO for some reason.
Yeah, I don't know why.
I wish it was just like 3 Magnetons stuck together and it was
And,
called
like-
like Magnanine or something.
I was going to add
And,
third
like-
forms to things after the fact again. So
And like, Magnezone's shiny also gets worse from the others. Like,
yeah, I hate when they do that.
like it's nice and bronze for Magnemite and Magneton, and then Magnezone is just like, oh, well, there's a slightly different colored thing on this side.
Pidove has that problem too, where Pidove
Yeah.
shiny is pretty good, and then Unpheasant's shiny is disgusting.
Um,
I have a question about the
Nidoran.
run. Nay.
Nidoran,
Yeah.
Nidoran.
Why do you set up on Gardevoir and not Mawile?
That's what it says to do.
Why does it say to do that?
I don't know. I didn't read this.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I don't know.
I legitimately didn't know, and I was like, I hope May knows.
No, I think it's just because Gardevoir does less damage.
Oh, okay.
Or it's possible Mawile has some move that's Noxus for specifically Mantine.
Yeah.
So this it says that this outspeeds us in the notes, and it totally doesn't. So I don't get that either. Yeah,
Your
I've never
Mantine's just more
actually rooted at anything in this game because it's so long. I just use
Do
other
the
people's
notes-
roots.
Do the notes do like the other ones do, where it has their speed in parentheses, or does it just say if you...
It does not.
Yeah, no, we don't do that because it looks ugly.
It's
And it usually doesn't matter.
I never find it
Looks
useful.
fine to
because
me.
Exactly.
I never know what my speed is.
Yeah,
mean,
like you're not
that's-
looking
It's
every
just
single
Cam. I
time.
don't pay attention to my stats.
Greta just literally said we don't do that here.
Is that here?
Yeah, maybe it means like you outspeed when it says outspeeds.
No, but it
know.
looks like
no, but
the
it has
ranges.
damage next to it, Rachel,
Yeah.
so it definitely means that it outspeeds us.
Yeah, I don't know.
Also, since we were ranting about Gen 1,
Am I over leveled? No, I'm not. I'm the right. I'm not. I don't know.
I don't know.
so
Maybe the
since we were-
carbo route changed or something since that was calculated.
Yeah, maybe.
So, since we were ranting about Gen 1 Pokemon, I know I already did this rant for the Let's Go run, but Mr. Mime, Nintendo of America, you screwed that up. Like,
I mean, that's obvious if you look at Mr. Mime.
Yeah.
Like,
I don't,
we call
I don't
it
think I gotta
Mr. Mime,
explain
though, I
that one.
assume.
like people were like people in like the company were like, maybe you should reconsider the name in case they add gender in the sequel, and they're like, nah, it's Mr. Mime, and then boom,
Mime
they added-
didn't go to.
Yeah, the
Mime
Japanese
didn't
name
go
isn't gendered.
to 8 years
They-
of mime college to be called Mister.
they added binary gender to Gen 2. The
This is another win for
That's
Magnemite.
another reason to hate Gen 2.
That's what I've been telling you. Why are you booing me? I'm right.
and then there were female Mr. Mimes.
Honestly,
you know,
good for
it's
them.
fine.
Yeah,
Which
you know
Pokemon
what?
was it that has like a different, because it has like a different gender ratio after it evolves?
Meryl.
Like, okay,
Yeah.
thank you, Meryl.
Oh, yeah.
Trans Meryl's, yeah.
Trans Meryl, my beloved.
Thank you. I'm not the
Also,
Pokemon
a
expert
little
here.
fun
I'm just
fact
here
for
to say
ya.
words.
Is that I learned last year that those berry trees in Gen 2 were in fact berry trees and not frogs. They look like frogs.
Why would you think they were frogs?
I was very confused as a child.
I thought frogs were just there, just gave you berries?
Like, I think I knew that they were berry trees, but I was like, why are they frog-shaped?
Wait, there were no berry trees in Gen 2.
Was
There are
it
no bear-
apricot? Maybe it's the
Oh,
apricorn
no,
tree?
you're... Okay, no, you're the berry bush things. That's right, you're right, you're right.
Yeah.
Why would you paralyze me, Double? I thought we were friends.
Yep, that double. Like, it's not even like guaranteed to use body slam, but I feel like you get paralyzed like every time on that fight.
That's because Hop's just
Are
like,
you kidding me?
Oh, did you get
You-
paralyzed again?
after
Yep.
killing it off. That's
Yeah.
classic.
That's classic.
Mm-hmm.
I've gotten like change of like 5 before in a row.
Okay, good. Not this time.
Pelipper's nice enough for this fight to set up more damage for us, which is cool. Thanks, Pelipper.
And
And then I
Pelipper's
crit
like putting to
double.
work.
At least getting a crit on this hop fight doesn't result in dialogue.
That's nice. Oh yeah, please listen to the music on Didon's end right now. It's really good. Meanwhile, May singing the one on her end.
Yeah, it actually has backing vocals from May.
Thanks,
Kind of
May.
crazy.
Sorry, what was that, Greta?
I was saying that the song actually has backing vocals from May.
Yeah. I'm in the
Yeah.
game.
Yeah. She's in multiple generations because, like I
Kind of a
said,
big
she's
deal.
just that influential.
Well, obviously, I'm in Gen 5 because of PWT.
What?
What?
Thinking. I'll get there. Don't worry.
I haven't played Gen 5. What's a PWT?
The Pokemon
Bad.
World Tournament.
Okay.
A thing that makes you do in the speedrun that takes forever and is bad. Oh, why do I not want to save this stupid game? Why do I like this? There we go. Alright, so who's ready for me to get bounced?
Oh, yeah, you're on D.
B.
Just be glad we can't hear her foot noises on the audio right now.
Oh no! I never noticed this. Why would you point it out?
Glass breaking sound.
No, it's bad.
Don't worry, we can hear it when Didon gets there.
Yeah, just you wait.
does Paulika like outspeed you here?
I have to do a setup turn.
Oh,
Yeah, unfortunately.
Not only is bounce a 2-turn move, but you can get
Yeah.
paralyzed by it.
And I outspeed too, so no, it outspeed. Don't paralyze. Good. We're good. We're fine. We're fine. We're fine.
Alright. Let's go. Good Mantine.
Yeah, good Mantines don't get paralyzed.
Your paralysis IV is high enough?
Exactly. Yeah, and I saved for this fight literally only because Air Slash isn't 100%. I swear this route used, no, or it's maybe Drifblin's the one that uses acrobatics, actually. Not this route.
I asked the very impolite interview.
The one where they're like, what would you say to Hop if Hop was here? And Hop's like, yeah. It's like the meme of the guy posing next to the gravestone.
So yeah, Dijon's coming up to the Oleana section, which is a bunch of fights where you mostly mash A. Yeah, you mostly mash.
About to fight a lot of steel types.
Yep.
Hooray!
Luckily,
Part of the game that Sylvian struggles at.
Moonblast is still like pretty good against most stuff here.
The Rose fight is the real struggle.
Yeah, the Rose fight's bad.
I love looking at the notes from like this point to the rest of the game, because like 90% of the moves he uses just like Moonblast and like maybe an X special here and there.
Yeah, like Moonblast with the choice specs or whatever.
That's the thing with choice specs being so good, is that it's kind of dull. But they're just so good.
The Vaporeon route I made, like, it uses the choice specs, but it uses different moves with the choice specs.
Well, that's at least interesting, sort of. But yeah, it's both like a blessing and a curse, because choice specs makes like fights a lot like safer and easier, but like it can get boring. I think like every single route is like very boring. This Oleana split.
Yeah.
So has anyone like
because it's an auto scroller and like
has anybody out there like translated the like language they have written out everywhere?
Yes, that is a thing.
Of course it is.
all I know is that the word on the back of your shirt looks like a naughty word upside down.
The gym shirt?
I
Yeah.
don't think I've ever looked at it.
Thank you for explaining weather to me, Ryan. I appreciate it. Shout outs to T-Fat.
Yeah, Raihan's my second favorite weatherman. T-Pat's my favorite.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This is another fight where I just have to hit a bunch of air slashes. Unfortunately, it didn't yawn me because that wastes a turn.
Just hit
I like
the 95%.
I like the sound that yawn makes when you have the animations on.
Whoa.
I've never heard it before. I always turn animations off.
I hate Gudra. That's another hot take for you. I do not like Gudra. I find it very unsettling.
How
But
can you
Gooey.
Yeah.
like
Goomy's cute.
Gumi
Not
might
as
go
good. Not
on.
as good as Telefang Goomy, but pretty good.
I'm
I
so hurt.
I literally have a Gumi plus, like maybe like 5 feet away from me.
Good.
I don't
Can
like
see it? Can you
Gooey.
send
Yeah,
me a
sure. I'll
picture?
send you. I'll send
Yay.
everyone
I've got literal OCD. What do you want from me?
Hey, I also have OCD. High five, but
Woo!
like very, very cleanly. Also, I just bought like 10 carbos and 10 calciums to power up Sylveon before the end game because
Right.
Probably
so that
mention
increased special attack and
Flygon
speed.
speed there.
So that increases its EVs, which is funny because it's an evolution.
I was gonna make that
That's a
pun
good
if you
one.
had.
Ryan's cool because they finally put Twitch streamer representation into Pokemon. Please don't miss. Okay, good. Like 1,000% sure I would have died if I'd missed there.
Thought the Twitch stream representation was the Isle of Armor girl.
Clara?
Oh, Clara.
Like, so true.
No, that's like Instagram
Yeah.
representation.
So that's the Elite Four, essentially. So now we move on to Champion Rose, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wow, this is really ahead of estimates. Crazy.
Oh.
You said champion
Well,
Rose, by the way.
You
Rose
did.
isn't the champion.
Rose- wait,
Champion,
was Rose the
Champion
champion?
Dynamax Hop.
No.
You know what I mean. VMAX Hop.
God.
Oh,
This-
I think I have a VMAX hop. I don't know. Is that what it's called? No. But I have a full art hop. It looks really good, actually. It like made me like hop a little bit.
I'm not gonna say for Leon. I'm not worried.
Got this. I believe in mankind.
Yeah.
I like Ferrocene because it like has a full body that can be seen, but it just chooses to like bury half of itself underground.
Man, that sounds just like me.
I was literally about to say it. Like, it's literally with me. Like, I just choose to bury myself.
Do
Yeah.
not deceive me.
Yeah, there's a cutscene here where Rose is like, the world's gonna end from like climate change in 1,000 years, so I need to end it now, I guess. And I can't wait till after this because we only have 1,000 years left to do it. It's very confusing.
Yeah. Less confusing than Gen 6 though.
No, Gen 6 is simple. Lysander just wants to make a world that is beautiful.
Rose literally just said, world can't end in 1,000 years if I end it now.
Exactly.
Forehead.
And then it turns out that both Sonia and your mom forgot to show up to your big day. Sonia is like, sure, Sonia is not as insulting as your own mother.
Yeah, that's something.
I'm at the part where you're being blocked from going to the elevator, so you throw an impromptu concert and start a mosh pit that
Yeah.
like a spontaneous mosh pit to like get them out of the way.
As you do when you can't access certain buildings.
Great start.
Yep. I will actually get off my bike for these first couple patches because I just run into everything if I don't.
I want to ride my bicycle.
It's not too bad if you don't boost, I feel, but
Yeah.
You know, just reminding me all the songs that have been buried away in my head for 10 years.
Since I was short rare candy, should I grab the one outside Rose Tower?
Could be good for safety.
Yeah, I think so.
so I almost went the wrong way there, but I saved it. We're good.
You did almost go the
I
wrong
noticed.
way.
I noticed.
Oh, look, I
let
want to
me-
get Phantom Force, okay? My favorite move for Mantine.
Okay, I've taken a picture of my Gumi and putting it in runner chat.
It's so cute, and I want it so badly.
I just started looking at my computer files, and I'm like, wait, it's on my phone.
Wait, I don't see it.
1 second, sorry. Good. Okay, now you may perceive it.
It's quite
Aw. It's cute because in plushie form, it's not all sticky and gooey.
good. Exactly. Well, who turned up the graphic settings?
Uh-oh, your ray tracing turned off. In the name of the moon, I'll punish you. Because I used Moonblast.
God, I love Sailor Man. So, May, I see that this next fight is use 5 Hydro Pumps.
Hell yeah!
And unfortunately, I'm seeing that the route tells you to waste a turn by using an X accuracy.
It's true. Who needs the X-Hack when you can just pump Agatha your way to victory? If you miss a single one, you have to reset because you don't have enough PP.
I believe that's time lost to use the X accuracy. What do you think, May?
I know my own luck in Pokemon, and I don't think that's time loss, actually.
Okay.
I think that's actually faster to not do that.
Y'all, the weather came back. The temperature outside is 69 degrees Fahrenheit.
I don't get it.
Which
Is that like a reference?
It's low for Houston, which is weird to me. And
Right.
I'm not complaining.
69 F in C. Alright. 20. Oh, sorry.
Yeah.
I would have waited if I realized.
It is 55 here, which is like 12.
That sounds about right. It's actually fairly warm in Toronto. Let me see.
See, all you need to remember is that if it's 69 degrees, that means it's a nice day.
In the far
Right,
off
that's
You need to
true.
remember.
in the mysterious land of Toronto, Canada.
Yeah, it is 65 here, which is like.
See, why would you
18.
crit on the Q-Fant and not on the Bronzong? Like, come on.
Yeah, it's like 12 Celsius here right now. So, like the same as Chicago.
I mean, heck it. Heck.
Did I say yes to Rose? I'm like 1,000% sure I said yes to Rose.
Doesn't really matter.
Like a second, but I did not register in my brain that I was on the Rose dialogue until I was like most of the way through it.
So I'm gonna assume Mantine is like every other run that sets up on the Scavalier, which is don't get crit.
Pretty much. That's what I saved. It's not as bad in Mantine because it's decently tanky, but
So it's,
because like Megahorn's not very effective at least.
Oh, okay, that's good.
so it's Champion Trace from Let's Go.
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We don't have to set up that much. This part's actually not that bad for Mantine.
Are you, what, Ice Storm of the Decade in 2013? No, there was an Ice Storm of, like, the century in this year, where the power grid,
Yeah, I
like,
remember that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
went out.
I remember it was like 2011, I think. There was that one blizzard, like that insane blizzard. It's possible it was only an Illinois thing. I don't know.
I think I know what you're talking about. from
Yeah,
when
we had
I
like a week off
lived
of
there.
school.
Yeah, I remember like going downstairs and we had like a back door and it was a patio, so it was higher up too. And literally the entire thing was covered
Yeah.
in snow. Like you could not walk outside.
It was crazy.
It was. I remember.
Back in, like,
There were
back,
people to like shovel off their roofs and stuff because it was that
Yeah.
much.
My dad had to like build a path in the snow for the dogs to go outside.
yeah, back in February of this year, like the weather got like the ice storm was so bad in Texas that like a good at least half the state was without power. They still have not fixed the power grid. Yeah, it was terrible. I had to go stay with my parents because they actually had power for most of it.
Some years back, in the Boston area, we got over 100 inches of snow in 1 month.
Oh my god.
So like when clearing the streets in Boston, they like, picked some certain places to pile up the snow. One of those mountains of snow was so tall that it did not finish melting until July.
Ow.
That's crazy. There was the polar vortex like 2 years ago where it got to like
Oh
negative
yeah, I remember
60 or something here.
God, I remember
Yeah.
that.
I did the thing where you get a cup of hot water and put it in a mug and you just
Oh yeah.
toss it outside and it turns into
Mhm.
snow instantly. That was cool.
Dude, one time when I still lived there, my mom did that and then she got 3rd-degree burns.
Oh my god.
I don't recommend it.
Yeah, I make sure to not do it into the wind.
Yeah. But
oh my gosh!
when the polar vortex happened, I still have friends that live there and stuff, and they were just like freaking out to me. I was like, oh my god.
It was very cold. The city set up like
Yeah.
emergency shelters all over the place in case people want to be outside.
Hmm.
Been to Chicago twice. One of them was for Pokemon Go Fest.
Was it the first one?
No, it was the 2019 one. So it was
Right.
the last. It was the last in-person one.
Yeah, I had friends who would go every year. They went to the first one. That was like a nightmare.
Yeah, the first one was apparently like bad, but the one that I went to, it ran pretty well. There were some hiccups, but for the most part, it was good. I want a T-shirt.
How is their legendary design in this game, or like the base game, so rough, and yet their legendary design in the DLC quite good.
Really cut down on legendaries for this gen.
They did, yeah.
Well, it's because they're
I
all
guess-
in the DLC.
I guess because like Gen 7 had like
90?
20 of them.
Yeah.
I don't
even
Actually,
know- I don't
Ultra
even
Beasts
know what
are a
all of them-
separate categorization, and
It's the name of a group, just like the Swords of Justice or the Lake Trio. Still legendaries. just
are they
have a group
technically
name.
legendaries? I thought they were technically different.
I think they are counted as legendaries in the Pokedex.
They're legendaries.
Okay, I mean they should be. I just thought that
Yeah.
it was dumb and like a technicality sort of thing.
Yeah. I wouldn't call them the same as like the Lake Trio, but they're definitely like still legendaries.
What I'm going to set up for Eternatus looks super fun.
Frostlass, why are you double teamed?
Oh boy, I see multiple double teams now.
Okay, I hit him.
Alright, nice.
If that one missed, I was just gonna use Swift next.
I think the rest of the fight, like, just spam
Yeah.
Moon Blast from here.
Yeah, I'm gonna try and race against the burn. So that I don't have to take time to heal it.
Well, I mean, you got like 100 HP, so I hope you
Yeah.
Yeah.
Can't imagine anything going wrong.
I've never heard those words come back to haunt someone.
Nope, not a single time has it ever happened.
Can't think of it. Oh yes, thank you for reminding. Reminder: if you donate today, we have both today's prizes and grand prizes. The specific ones for today are a Pokemon Perler It's a beautiful Dragonair Perler.
I thought it was Brilliant Dynamite, not Brilliant Perler. Or Brilliant Diamond, not Brilliant Perler. I like that I screwed up my own joke. That was really good.
I think I made it better.
I think so too.
Dragon is good. I
We
like
also
Dragon.
have a Hope Shield, a Pulumpa, and a Steam code for the Legend of Mana remaster.
I might have to get it on that.
So,
Our grand prize, we have a Destiny 2 Shadowkeep Collector's Edition.
I want a Destiny 2 Shadowkeep Collector's Edition.
I had to retire from Destiny because my OCD got so bad that I was legit having panic attacks over like
Missing
playing the game and missing things before like the season ended and all that.
I was close to getting all of them, and then I was like, okay, I gotta take a break. Or like, I took a break because I like burnt out, and then I was like, oh god, there's like 90 I've missed. I can't.
Not only that, it is autographed by the dev team.
That's
It would be
Whoa.
a
Okay,
nice
that's cool.
collectible to have at least.
It is
Yeah.
certainly a nice collectible.
I have Funko Pops of Cade with the chicken and Hawthorne. I really
Also, if we hit that, if we hit $12,000, then we will have an additional Hope Shield added to the prize pool, and additional ones at donation tiers beyond that.
So this
Seems
fight
a lot
needs a
of good
guard
reasons to
spec.
Get the money in.
Because we pretty much just rely on the doggos to do all the damage for us for this because they're quite strong, and we just don't want their stats to get lowered. The first turn though, they will like never do attacks.
Yeah, the Max Eternatus, it
my
can
God,
do like
please.
a thing where it just nullifies all like stat boosts, but the guard spec protects against Max Wormwind, I believe, which would do the same thing.
Yes, I think that sounds right.
That sounds right to me. Yeah, I believe first turn, I believe Jason uses Howl and Zamazenta uses Light Screen, I believe.
Yeah.
And so you really want to keep those.
Oh, speaking of,
Good crit.
the shiny versions are gonna be given out soon.
Oh yeah, I think it's on the 22nd. Is when
You
it
have to like
starts.
go into a
There's, like-
GameStop to do
Yes.
that.
Yes.
I don't.
There's like
interesting.
I'll
one-
get you a code.
There's like
Oh,
one
heck yeah.
period. There's like one period for Zacian
Mm-hmm.
that can only be redeemed on Shield,
On Shield, yeah.
and one for Zamazenta that can only be redeemed on Sword. Which
Mhm.
If I have,
is weird, but I mean, I have Sword and I can just boot up my
Yeah.
spouse's copy of Shield to make a save file just to get the thing.
Mm-hmm. I just
Yeah,
hate
if
how
I-
you
I
have to
bet-
go twice to
Yeah.
get both codes, unless you just happen to go in on the second event and then they give you the other ones.
if I have friends who drive to it, I'll probably tag along. But otherwise, I
yeah.
don't even know where my closest GameStop is.
The last time I went to a GameStop, it was like it was so sad in there. It was like 75%.
It's the Funko Pop Emporium.
It wasn't even Funko Pops. They barely had Funko Pops. It was just
Oh.
like other merch. It was like so sad. Alexa, play Despacito.
We have a $9 donation from Alacabra to the bid war to name the main character of Legend of Mana, Sylviat.
Nice.
I approve of this.
Yes.
Dun, 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 da, 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 dun, da.
Yeah, basically, GameStop is just selling the burnt out shell of ThinkGeek.
Yeah, pretty much. 'Cause they own it, right?
Yeah, they bought ThinkGeek out.
Yeah.
So,
The mall-
yeah,
Does Thinking even still exist?
The website does not, but they do have stores. A couple of malls in Houston have ThinkGeek stores,
Weird.
or at least they did. I have not been to a mall in quite some time because, you know.
Yeah.
But one mall, the ThinkGeek store was directly across from the GameStop.
I didn't even know ThinkGeek stores existed.
Neither did I.
I'm pretty sure they opened one. GameStop bought them. I do love that, like, every major trainer in the game has their own, like, unique, Dynamaxing animation.
Oh, I know. It's so good.
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
great. I love
Um,
Melanie's, which you don't get to see,
Oh
unfortunately.
yeah, where she like hugs it.
A
Yeah.
fun thing about running Sword and Shield is that if you want to, you can just start collecting Eternituses.
I have literally an entire box.
I
of
have a
them.
box just labeled Eternituses.
Me too.
I believe the plural is Eternitai.
Is it?
I made
So
that up.
that's
I literally
actually-
made that up on the spot.
It's actually a misconception. People think that it's Latin, but
Anyways, Dijon's on the Elite Four, and all of her fights are pretty much just X Special and Moonblast.
Yep. Except for
Yeah.
B, which is just Moonblast and no X Special, because fighting is beaten to Fairy.
This is Dynamax Hop. Time will be after this fight. That'll like he'll throw his hat up, and then it'll fade to black, and that'll be time.
Yeah, it's
you're,
like a Pokeball that shrinks in.
you're way ahead of me.
Alright, I'm looking at the notes, and it says, can skip X accuracy if feeling risky.
Feeling risky.
Yeah.
You
Just a
use
little
an X.
feisty.
You use an
Ooh.
X. You use an X accuracy.
I use a lot of it. I fight
use Hydro
9.
Pump.
Yeah. You know, if you feel like it, you know, you don't have to.
Just like if you just want to be bad. The problem, I don't want to risk dying though, because that's a lot of you before I can go to the bathroom.
That is a fair point.
Yeah, that's fair.
You can go to the
Alright,
bathroom
well, maybe
even
X
faster if you skip it, though.
It's not about marathon safety, it's about bathroom safety.
Just do what I did.
We
This
have
sounds
a,
amazing as well.
no,
That's
sorry.
that's a crit.
Nice.
Did we get a hot
Oh,
take
fun.
for our $9 donation, by the
There you
way?
go. Because
Wow.
he's Dynamax Hop, by the way, you get crit text if you crit C or vice versa.
Yeah, Hop learned from the best.
Dynamax Hop. That's a new one to me. Excuse me. You sent out Seeking instead of Pelipper, like the list says. Hope somebody got fired for that error.
Whoa.
Whoa, whoa,
Well,
whoa,
goodbye,
whoa,
Aspect.
whoa, whoa.
Yeah.
Goodbye, Aspect.
Aspect absolutely destroyed live on stream. I love you, Aspect.
Okay, thanks. Thanks, Aegislash. Good thing that wasn't a contact move.
Pelipper's Drizzle, wasting more time.
Alright, and now I believe all May have to do is just select the right moves.
Yeah, but
That's that's
that's easier said than done.
I believe in you.
That makes one of us.
May somehow gets sheer folded. Is sheer cold even in Gen 8?
I don't remember.
I
don't think
don't
so.
know.
They took out a lot of moves.
Wait, yes it is. It is, because we were talking about using it with like Suicune or something. I don't remember what
Oh.
it was.
Really?
That sounds miserable.
Something like
Pretty
that.
awful.
It was a joke that Green was making, and Aspect was like, no. That's what I
Yeah.
remember.
Thank you, Aspect.
Thank you,
Right, for
Aspect. For once. This is just like, for some reason, Leon comes to the street and everyone just decides it's time to drag Aspect.
Aspect, I still love you.
actually a pretty good time.
Yeah, I was looking at this and I'm like,
Yeah.
oh, this is a really good time.
This is good.
Assuming that I'd kill the Charizard and don't die.
Are we gonna say it after you selected the move for Charizard?
What's your time at?
4:11.
Okay.
Which, like, my run yesterday was world record, I guess, at like 4:14. So
Yeah.
that's the power of this route being run 3 times ever.
You telling me we're getting a world record live?
World record live. I know.
Wow.
Well, wait, hold on. I have to make sure that. Wait, if I didn't use enough X specials, then maybe not. But
I feel like something else wouldn't have died if you didn't use enough.
I agree. But okay, yes.
You did it.
Yeah, time will be right after this. He'll throw his hat up, and when it plops on the ground, that's time.
Wait, is that true?
So,
Yeah.
Imagine if I had. Or no, when it faces black. When
Alright.
it faces black. When it faces black. When it faces black. When it faces black. Imagine if I hadn't died. Time.
Time.
Looks like
Oh,
around.
cost sub 412.
Oh no.
If it was hat
So-
laying on the ground, though.
since I've still got a bit to go,
Looks like it was around 4:12:08.
5 or something, yeah.
since I've still got a bit to go,
Something like that.
what you should do is,
Go to the bathroom, yes.
well, after that, you should make Kay happy and make curry.
Oh yeah, he's
Long
made
gone.
curry.
So we'll tell her.
Yeah.
Oh,
Somebody
she left.
point out the cursors on the cutscene while I'm in the bathroom.
Okay, I will. So basically, this game is very well made, and there's a cursor, a mouse cursor you can see fly across the screen. It'll be like the camera will be moving behind Rillaboom right about there, and it is incredible. And then it happens twice. When they added the DLC, it happens a second time. And
Isn't
it's
that like on purpose,
incredible.
though? Isn't that like the point?
I don't know.
Isn't the whole point that like you're like remember like at the beginning cutscene, it's like you're watching it on something and it's in like a callback?
I don't know.
I've always like been told that that's like something that was done on purpose.
What? How would they know that?
I mean, like you can't like know that, but like
There's no way. Well, maybe someone did it on purpose, but it wasn't intended, like, by Game Freak.
oh, we're gonna go with the not intended by Game Freak rule now.
No, like some random like intern just walked in and moved the mouse real quick.
Thanks for that pun, Margaret.
I just love the like whole bravado of the Pokemon Gigantamaxing, and then like tiny little Sylveon just uses one move and just absolutely destroys it before it can do anything.
It's trans power.
Yep. I can actually confirm that you gain power once you're trans.
They're Gym Freak certified.
Alright, next fight is another riveting fight of X special once and then spam Moonblast. Except for this time, it's don't get hit by Jan, hopefully, or you waste like a turn.
Yeah.
Very exciting content.
Yeah, I gotta pull up the video.
Okay, you're supposed to make curry.
I am?
Yes.
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 Do it for Kay.
I was thinking to catch Drifloons, but I can also make some curry.
Maybe if you make good enough curry, you'll attract a Drifloon. I don't know if
I
Drifloon
can just
is
set
one
the
of the.
clock to the right day.
No,
I don't
you,
know if-
you catch
I don't
the
know if
Drifloon.
I don't know if Drifloon is one of the Pokemon you can get from
I doubt it.
curry. People actually
Yeah.
shiny hunt by doing curry.
Wow.
It's,
There has to be a better way.
Yeah, no, you catch the Drifloon and then you make curry for the Drifloon.
Ah, that's a yawn.
That's unfortunate.
And I'm out of the, like, full heals and energy powders, so I have to use a full restore
Thank you, everyone.
on my full HP Sylveon to wake it up.
Now the question is, I need to eat something. What do I want to eat?
Curry.
Yeah.
That sounds okay. The problem is that getting curry delivered here is actually really expensive. I don't know why. It is.
Oh.
Oh, good.
I know.
Shell trap didn't work, I wonder why.
Indian curry is expensive. Thai curry is not too expensive.
Not really a fan of curry.
I love curry. It's so good.
I used to have
Japanese curry is amazing.
I love it.
I used to have a roommate named Curry, but it wasn't spelled the same way.
Were they the undisputed NBA MVP?
Huh?
Steph Curry.
Yeah. Alright, I'm gonna fly the wild area.
Raihan, just stop standing
I'm
there
gonna
and set out
quickly
your Pokemon. That. What would Billy Mitchell do? That's right, we're gonna cheat.
Gee, yes.
Oh. Flygon use Sandstorm.
I think that's the right date for Fog. I think. It's been a while since I... Okay, yep, I still remember.
My butt hurts.
So first off, I gotta do something for me, and I'll do something for all of you.
Duraludon is gonna turn into an entire building that will be destroyed by the moon.
First ball!
You said first ball, I looked over, and I was looking at G's on screen, and then I saw.
Wait, I need... Hold on. Wait.
So when Duraludon
This
turns,
is... Hold on. This is like peak me, this camp right here. Okay, continue, sorry. I can't actually picture it yet, I have to go buy stuff.
when Duraludon turns into a skyscraper, are there people in there? Is it just an empty?
I'm gonna say no. Just because it makes me feel better.
Yeah. Otherwise, it's like when Transformers transform, and if you're inside there, you just get gooed.
Like in the
Like a Dra, you get
like
gooed.
like in the Rift Tracks intro.
Is this the guy who sells you stuff? No, that's just a dude. I know where the one is by the other warp point. I don't know where the guy is here.
I like how the Sylveon notes cut
That's another
directly
one.
from Raihan 2 to the end of going back to the Slumbering World. Alright, get ready for the Battle of Leon.
I'll take all of your bread, sir.
How much bread did you buy?
Oh my god.
170. Cooking.
Let's get that
Oh.
bread, gamers.
For real, though?
Oh.
Oh my god.
Hey, Kay is happy.
This is the worst throwing I've ever done. I'm like holding the controller in like such a weird way. But was anybody else really confused by this originally?
Yeah.
I didn't realize that like it takes time to throw it in there, so I just kept missing. And I don't learn from my mistakes, I guess. Unless.
Maybe someday I'll complete the curry decks, but that takes a lot of time.
Yeah. It's like the one thing I didn't finish in this game.
And there's probably a few things I haven't finished. Like I said, I haven't finished all the
Alright.
Crown Tundra because I'm too busy trying to shiny hunt the legendaries. I got shiny Registeel like real fast, though.
Drifloon's attack is so good.
I am surprised I did not get an encounter there.
I do wish that
Also-
Drifloon did hold the ball with its tendrils.
Yeah, I
Now,
definitely should.
Lotad is maybe the best ball fetcher in this game.
Oh, I know exactly what
Wait.
you're talking about.
I've never seen that before.
Okay, where do you remember? Did anybody remember? Somebody look up what date you
It's
set to
in
catch a
the
Lotad.
wild area. Let me see. I should
it's-
know, but I don't. So hold on.
It's
I think
actually
I think Lotad is
phenomenal.
a Shield exclusive. I think.
You're right, it is.
Oh, you're right.
Here.
Oh, that's unfortunate.
Can
No,
I
we-
trade it to you? Do you have online on this account?
I can just switch to my other profile.
Okay.
You guys can see my Hall of Failed Mantykes.
And the shiny one.
The shiny one's in home, I think.
Ow. The shiny doesn't look too different, honestly.
Man, take at home.
That's similar to folding at home.
So wait, when you mentioned the shiny was slower, is that just because of the extra shiny animation at the start of every battle?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Is that really 8 minutes?
Yeah.
I
don't know,
I
so
think it's
bad.
a lot, though.
It,
So first of all,
it's-
look at how this perfect boy walks. And then second,
Looking. Oh,
all right, buddy. Okay, he's a bit. It's
Didn't watch
okay.
it that time.
Okay.
Oh. Oh.
Talon Flame.
No!
I pretty much constantly have Talonflame in my party because,
Oh?
of
No.
Oh,
No.
be gone.
Of how you can go, like, up to the shield, but you still go to the sword.
No.
Talonflame.
Swear to God. Okay, hold on.
This Talonflame really wants to play with you, man.
Oh,
Alright, so coming up soon, we're gonna see the amazing Rose fight for Sylveon.
Yay.
You
Quite bad.
Dynamax immediately to take
It
out
is.
the Escavalier in 2 shots, and then you set up not 1 but 2 X defense on the
What?
Berserker.
All right, you ready?
Yes.
Then you have to set up 3 X special attacks, and then you can sweep.
I love how
Yes.
Rayhan.
Yes.
I love how Rayhan's just like, wow, it's a shame that you got like all the way to the final battle, and then something like this happened. You know, the world ending.
Oh my god, I love Lotad. Okay.
I like shiny Lotad.
What are some other good ones in camp? You know what I'll do?
All right, here comes
All right. Hold
the,
on.
the best battle.
Alright. Let's go. I believe in first try, Rose.
I picked the first option. Oh no. Gotta reset.
It's just a manipulation so you get a good Rose fight.
One of the 2 battles that we Dynamax for.
And I'll just leave it on that. I didn't realize how good Eevee's footstep sound is.
Alright, so that's
Wow.
Escavalier down.
That Escavalier does a lot of damage.
Yep.
Yeah.
This is even Dynamax. Which Dynamax doesn't alter any of your stats except for your HP EVs by a lot. Okay, so the last turn of Dynamax, we don't even attack, we use... What?
That's not good.
I missed the X defenses somewhere.
Do you pick up the ones on Route 8?
Right. Which one was Route 8? So,
I believe in this Sylveon.
not.
It's probably just better just like, I don't know, take the wipe here and just buy X defense.
Probably. Yep, I missed picking up X defenses earlier. Oops. So. We're just gonna, let this end up wiping, I guess. And then, go get some X defenses. Let's see how far we can get through this fight without the...
You gonna try it? Go for it.
Yeah, I didn't use this X special attacks either though, so it's gonna be probably not good. Oh. Yeah. Okay. Which center is it that sells the X defense? Oh. I think I'm all the way back at... No, I'm not. This is gonna be the... Oh. No, not here.
I'm gonna hear these Eevee footsteps in my like my dreams now.
I don't remember which center sells the
Motostoke.
Motostoke.
Motostoke. Okay.
Yeah, Motostoke has the attack, defenses, special attacks, and special defenses, and then all the other ones you can't get until Hammerlock, which
Hammerlock.
honestly,
Very fun for bingo.
yeah, very fun not being able to buy like X speeds or X accuracies like for the first
Yep.
like hour and a half of the game.
That's talking to you.
Are we gonna cook some curry for the Eevees?
I already did.
Oh, I missed it.
And then I used all my berries.
Oh no.
But I do have 769 breads left. I could have bought more berries. I could have floated up more berries, but I was too busy spending all my money on bread.
They just wanted to get that bread.
True.
I'm just giving May more time for shenanigans. Okay. So, gonna try this again, and I have X defenses now. I apparently skipped over the note that said to pick up the X defenses on Route 8. Because,
I mean,
I'm gonna
you
blame
also-
blame dyslexia.
Yeah, it's
But this
fair, 'cause
time-
you
this
forgot the
time I
pixie
picked-
plate too. So you
Yeah.
just like didn't see either of them, which is fair.
Oh, my Switch is gonna fall asleep. Hold on.
Yeah, I'm looking at the notes and it's like not very like it's like smushed in between a bunch of other information.
Yeah. Okay, this is totally the first time that we are fighting Chairman Rose.
Yep, so this is Rose. The Dynamax turn 1. Because established there's a lot of damage. Then you set up 2 X defenses and 3 X special attacks on the Berserker.
And then heal as needed.
Yeah.
And then Moonblast everything. It's a great fight for Sylveon because it's weak to steel. And everything is steel. And like, I mean, you see how much damage Escavalier can do to a Sylveon. Oh well, it's not going to this time because it used Swords Dance. Which is good for us because it's not going to get a chance to attack. And we didn't take damage. And we are level 66. And we use our last Dynamax turn to use an X defense. Also, Berserker has Throat Chop, so if you had Hyper Voice, you wouldn't want to use it. Second X defense. Now we need 3x special attacks. We gotta raise our special, like, all the way up.
1.
Because Steel resists Fairy, and all we have is Fairy. So that's 2.
2.
And then 3. And we're not gonna need to heal because this thing's just been using Throat Chop, which is not very effective because it's a Dark type move.
What can it use that does a lot of damage?
I'm not sure off the top of my head.
Does it actually have? It doesn't actually have any steel moves, right?
I think it has something. I feel like I
What, the
remember it having
Meow?
something.
Or the
You might
Berserker?
also use
Berserker.
the X defense to live
Doesn't it have
Queensland.
like something claw?
Yeah, that sounds about
I
right.
can just 1 sec. Let me just look up the trainer data.
Yeah,
Let's
I
see.
feel like it has something steel.
It's in a paste bin somewhere. Let me just find
Definitely
it.
does.
Yeah.
Let's see. Okay, the Berserker has Iron Head, Screech, Shadow Claw, and Throat Chop.
Yeah,
well, I knew
so
it had something
so-
claw, but
Metal Claw and Iron Head, those are both steel attacks. For some reason, it chose to just use Throat Chop, though, so that's good
yeah,
for
kinda
us.
strange.
But it doesn't make the fight seem as dangerous as it is. Outside of the Escavalier. And even then, the Escavalier used Swords Dance, so like...
Yeah, you really just got away with an easy fight there.
Once I, like, wasted a bunch of time because I missed the X defense.
What, this fight was first try? What are you talking about?
Exactly. First try. I do like that a lot of the big, major trainers show off some of the Gigantamax forms.
Yeah, it's fun.
unlike X and Y, where there's like no
Yeah.
megas for the entire game.
Yeah.
Everyone's showing off their favorite Gigantamaxes, and also Milo is here.
Yeah,
I don't think
Nessa doesn't even.
Nessa's doesn't.
Nessa-
Yeah, I don't think-
Her first
Nessa
fight,
has
she
a...
doesn't.
Yeah, Nessa has
Yeah,
the
she swaps her
Gigantamax,
Dreadnought.
which
isn't it like a different
'Cause-
dreadnought?
Yes,
Because it
because the
doesn't have.
gender changes.
it
It doesn't
implies
have
that
that.
it's, it implies that either it's a different Dreadnought or
Or it's
she went to the
trans.
she went to the Isle of Armor.
Yeah.
True.
I'm personally going with trans dreadnought.
Yeah, me too.
Wait. I don't think that...
The gender
Works for that.
changes.
Oh, the gender changes.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I didn't realize that.
Right, so fairy type makes the Eternatus usually pretty easy. Two of its moves do
Oh.
nothing against the.
No, I
Sylveon.
think
It
I
has
think
cross
Leon.
poison.
I think Leon's gonna catch it.
Oh yeah, you're right.
Eternatus will simply not use cross poison.
I like how it like dramatically has the top half of the Pokeball roll away, as if like all the other Pokeballs that get broken out of don't break into two pieces.
It does imply that, and that's... I'm okay with that.
I always interpreted that as like Hop being shocked that Leon like can't do everything.
So Fairy is immune to Dragon, so Eternatus's Dragon attacks do nothing. Also,
Does it only have dragon attacks?
it
no,
should have
has,
it should
it
have
has-
Flamethrower.
It does. It has flamethrower and cross poison
poison.
as well.
Oh, okay.
AI is just gonna AI though.
Yeah, that the Eternatus, at least that one is random. I think all of them
Yeah.
are.
Yeah, it's funny. Like it rolls the I think it rolls the stats different for each phase of it, and
Yeah.
then rolls different IVs for the one you catch.
I think the
It's-
one you catch is the same as the second one, but not the first one.
Man,
Huh.
It's weird. Pokemon is weird. Game Freak is weird. All of it makes...
Don't forget, you're running out of time to get in some donations for Pokemon Hot Takes, if anyone has any left.
Oh, do I have any more? The well might
I
have
don't
dried.
know.
I think I might have like one more, maybe.
Yeah, me too.
Meryl is the best Pikachu one.
Is that even a hot take?
More Picos right
You
there.
mean Pikachu?
Pikachu.
Oh, I think I actually do have a hot take. I don't know if it's a hot take, but I think it is.
Also, Eternatus is
Also,
You
after
think
this
that
run,
ASMR is like actually
will be
so good.
starting, and the bid war for no, sorry. After this is Indivisible. After Indivisible is Legend of Mana. Indivisible's not especially long, so do get in those donations for the Legend of Mana name bid war. We currently have at, let me pull up the sheet. We have at $9 Sylveon, at $10 we have Swoop, and at $12.40 we have Rugella. This is a 3-player race between the RPG Chick, Mechalink, and Rhaekodactylus. So they'll be running the ferry route, and I guess we'll probably use the top 3 names. So if you know, it wouldn't be that difficult to go bump yourself into the top 3 if you want something else.
I think we hit 4 optionals through the run, right?
Yeah, I think
Total?
so.
Okay.
I was just about to ask that.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, how much money do I have to donate? Hold up, I forgot about that.
I think I hit 3, and then
Yeah.
And then
May
May
hit
hit
one.
one.
May hit 1.
I'm just gonna round mine up to 5, honestly. So $5.
Yeah, I'll do the same.
Sure.
I would
Why
do
not?
more, but I am too young and don't have income.
Alright, we need a guard stack. Zacian and Tamazenta are gonna do most of the work on this. And Hop has to state the obvious.
That was not what I meant to do. Uh-oh.
Uh-oh.
Uh-oh?
Okay. I got it. I'll be right back.
Wow, Double. It double kicked, and it didn't even move the health bar.
Yep, the double, like, very not useful on this fight.
Yeah, like I said, the doggos are gonna do most of the work. Also, bye, Double. Oh, Cat's doing something right now. I don't know what they're reacting to. So, fun fact, you're required to catch this. If you don't have any Pokeballs, it gives you one to use. And the catch rate is 100%. You are required to catch it for progression in the story. Which is weird for a legendary. And like X and Y, you encountered your box legendary as part of the story, but like you weren't required to catch it, and it wasn't like a guaranteed catch.
Yeah, well, it's nice that they give you, like, a free legendary.
One out of the 3 that are in the game. Base game, anyway. There's more legendaries in the DLC.
Yeah, they do not give you them for free.
No.
Yeah. Isle of Armor well, you get one of them for free. Isle of
Oh yeah,
Armor
that's true.
added Kubfu and its evolution, Urshifu. And then Crown Tundra has Calyrex
Galar.
then-
Spectrier.
and
Regieleki,
Regieleki, and
Regidrago.
Regidrago. And the thing is, like, of the 5, you can only get 3 on one save file, because you have to pick between Regieleki and Regidrago, and you
Mhm.
have to pick between Spectrier and Glastrier,
Yeah.
which is kind of annoying. Especially since you have to like have the main campaign beaten to go through all of that.
Yeah. See, you just be like me and do a diploma run for this game, and then you get stuck with Glastrier because it sucks, and your partner takes Spectrier because it's good.
Greta,
Dude.
what is diploma?
Well,
Corvimae, we have a donation from you, which is
Don't
very
read that.
large.
I screwed up real bad. Don't read that. I will donate the amount that I wanted to actually donate, but I
Okay.
did, in fact, hit a typo, a key, and donated about 100 times more than I intended to donate.
Yeah.
I will skip that one for now.
I
I'm
saw that,
sorry.
and I was very
I saw
confused.
that too.
Yeah. Everybody, please ignore the total. It is incorrect.
I'm a disaster human.
Oh, yeah.
All right, so
Exactly.
from Greta, we have $5 for optionals plus a bonus dollar. And from Jim Freak 739, we have $25, $5 for each of the 4 optionals hit, and an extra 5.
So you're saying diploma.
Yeah, so
Yeah.
in diploma, basically, you work co-op with another person to get the entire Pokedex filled up, and then you go and get your diploma from the random man in Sorchester.
Oh, so y'all have actually like routed out the co-op diploma?
Kinda.
Okay, because
The people
I
who
had saw.
originally did it, it was before the DLC came out. So the
Ah,
person
okay,
I did it
got
with, we did it with the DLC, but we did it like over a few days. But it's still the same thing.
Okay, gotcha. Yeah, I've actually been like kind of casually looking into routing that because I saw there wasn't like anything for it on
Yeah, there
On,
is like
the boards or
where does it go to?
anything.
I can like send you what we have, and then the rest of it just became like routing it the day of, and it like is in like my notes app on my phone. But we should piece it together for sure. But let me tell you, oh my lord,
Diploma
last
is
year is so bad.
Oh, so you did DLC for the
Yeah.
thing too?
Yeah,
Okay.
and
See, my plan was just like the Galar.
yeah. You could talk to the people who did it before, Jordan and Joker.
I hope what I'm
They, like,
seeing
actually
through
did a normal
Discord
one.
is what the stream is
Yes,
doing.
yes.
Actually, I love it.
So we're doing a lot of sorry, we're doing a lot of setup on Aegislash because it goes back and forth between attacking and defending, and also we basically have to use 2x special defenses, 3x special attacks, and an X speed. Also, wait, did I do? No, I only did 2. I need to do a third. X special attack. That's kind of stance change, and then I will probably heal before using the X speed.
What level are you at right now?
66.
66. Okay. Are you gonna be able to kill the Charizard?
Yeah.
Okay.
It'll probably be a 2 dot, but
Oh, okay. Yeah, I don't know how much.
at level
okay.
at level 68, it is a 93.8% OHKO for Charizard.
I was gonna ask how much this Charizard do, and then literally the next line in the notes is G-Max Wildfire does max 71 damage. So thank you.
Yep. Including the secondary effect. And I am at 184.
Alright,
And
that should be
probably
good enough.
Yeah.
I think 184 is just a little bit bigger than 71. Just a tiny, tiny bit.
I don't know. I failed Calculus 2 twice, so I'm not sure. Also, hey, it's the third starter. Because Leon takes the third starter, but then you don't ever actually fight it until the end, so it's already fully evolved. I forget what Mold Breaker does.
It's
Uh,
like PP or something.
All I know is that it says it breaks the mold, but I don't know
Yeah.
what that actually means.
I think it like reduces your PP. I think. I don't know.
No, I don't, because
It does something along those
fresh-
lines.
Pressure is the one that uses 2 PP for each move when it's out. I forget Mold Breaker. There's a lot of abilities that I do not know what they do.
Google time. What does
it says-
mold breaker do?
It says
Mold Breaker's
moves
the one
can
that.
be used on the target regardless of its ability.
Yeah, I think it like ignores things like lightning rod.
Or like dry skin or whatever.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Okay, actually no. Lightning rod specifically is
Basically, it
because
prevents,
all it does is change the target.
it prevents immunity.
Yeah, it prevents ability. It blocks abilities that would make something immune,
Okay.
whether it be status or damage.
Ooh, nice one
Listen.
shot.
And I ended at level 69.
Nice.
Nice.
There goes the
Alright.
hat. And time.
Yay!
Yay.
That was probably a really bad time.
Honestly, if you beat the game, that's a good time.
Anyway, I'm gonna close out the game before the credits finish so it doesn't save. And I can reuse that file.
Mm.
What was my time?
It was 4:53:33.
Oh, wow.
Some things went sideways. We understand.
Yeah. Sorry for going well over the estimate.
It's okay. It's the last day.
Yeah.
Anyway, next up we have Indivisible Cat Percent by Norimaki. And after that we will have the Legend of Mana Remaster race between Raikodactylus, RPG Chick, and Mechalink. Remember there's a naming incentive for that one. And then the final run will be Final Fantasy VI Beyond Chaos by Margaret Ann, which will be after Legend of Mana Remaster. Thank you for watching.
Thanks, everyone.
Yep.
Yeah.
Also, I have one
Yeah.
last donation for from Bahamut X for $50. I think it's time to name another character from River City Girls. This donation goes towards naming the main character in Legend of Mana, Marion. You thought I was going to say Misaka or Kyoko? Hey, Marion is from the upcoming sequel. I didn't know about the sequel of River City Girls. That's really cool.
There's a sequel and I think a prequel that are coming out.